Hello, good morning. I'm always sleepy in the morning. Definitely not a morning person. Oh. Last night, I was actually the night before that as well, and still right now, I'm playing Momotits on my phone. I have so many properties! Also, the text is so fast. I'm remembering now. The text of Momotits is so fast in the game. Wow. Also, the CPUs kind of suck. I'm playing against two CPUs. One of them is really good, and they use cards and stuff. And the other one doesn't use cards at all, even in their, like, last place. Like, why? Darn it, I'm trying to overtake this #1 person. I'm so close. But they got a reward that gives them 100 million every time. I'm like, what? Wait, do I have the— oh, I do. Oh, let me get rid of my— I got the poor poverty god on me. I better give it away. Oh, they have poverty god. They better not win, effing hell. I swear, they want a 5 and they get a 5. It's so unfair. I swear they're cheating. The CPU is cheating. Also waiting for my tea to be done before I start. The water's boiling, almost. Very close. Also, I want to play Lethal Company again. Playing it by myself is so not as fun. Let's see, is there an update for Great Ace Attorney? Nope. Okay, cool. Wait, how far are they? Oh my god, they're 14 spaces away. Are you kidding me? Do I want to steal their card or do I not want to steal the card? That is the question. On auto fly. Wait, card station. Let's see. What? They're so far! 43. Wow. There's almost no point. Well, it was next door. This kind of sucks. Wait, is this the one I want? Wait, what is this? Wait, give me a second. Is this the one where I get away? Oh wait, it's not in loop. Loop. Oh, it's not the card I want. That's lame. Or I'll get another one of them. No, actually, it's okay. I need it now. I'm gonna stop here for now. It's 100 years of battle against people. Wait, why is it so slow? Yes. Wait, where's my wire? Okay, I have this. I have donuts to eat if I get hungry. Which I will. Also, I brought some French bread? Yeah. French bread? Maybe I'm using the translation from Japanese. French bread. That's what it's called. Okay. Eh, whatever. Although I feel like my tea's almost done. Dun, 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 dun. I need to finish Ace Attorney. Let me just click play then. Wow, everything just froze in that 1 second. Okay, it's starting. Let's see. There. Oh, they changed the background for this. Was it always like that? I have no idea. Let's see, where did we leave off? I don't remember. I'll have to get some tea in a bit. Let's see, let's see. It's almost Halloween! Oh yeah, I got my okonomiyaki don yesterday. It was delicious. But it tasted like udon. The regular beef bowl. There wasn't much difference, but okay. What was his voice? Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Holmes, you're here! Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. He's not always here, though. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later, then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Lol. That was definitely an insult. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake. My dear fellows, I must interject. What? Oh, you're still here, Mr. Holmes? What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not, to be cast in my direction? Sorry, I don't follow. You mean like, thanks for being here? Did I say that already? Must I spill it out? I, the great Sherlock Holmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. Oh, for you, maybe. Well, if I must agree, then. As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Wow. And she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and last I was blistered. Wow. That sounds dangerous. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. I think so too. I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in who? Oh, this guy. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightful early hour? Oh, I don't know, maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression in. Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? It wasn't to you. What? What? I don't know! That wasn't him, right? Or Professor. Wait, what? Oh. Because of him, okay. Anyway, here's a report you asked for, or paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. Thank you. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy? Wait, what? Oh, that professor. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. Killer's autopsy report has been entered. Wait, let's look at it. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Okay, wait, let me check it. Wow, I have Two full rows. Condemned prisoner. Redacted for confidentiality. Why would you? But he's a mass murderer, right? Does it matter? Pseudonym the professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight. 17th of June. Courtney Stevens. So just like a paper. That's it? That whole giant file, and this is all you got? Also, let me get my water. It's done boiling. Milk tea then. Milk tea. Except, I don't want to put honey. I want to steep the tea bag inside for like 4 minutes and then put honey inside. So, anyway, why is this file just so simple? Look at how big this is. It's a secret, and then it has like 3 words. Or, well, 3 sentences maybe, at max. Why? Also, who's Courtney Stevens? Okay. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lot at the yard is doing what we can, in the shadow of the great detective Holmes, of course. When did you call him Great Detective? You never admitted he was a detective. A great detective. Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last. Is this a final trial? I wish you the best of luck, Professor. Finally, we're done. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Drebber. Oh, the scientist. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just 1 day. I know, everything is so fast in Ace Attorney. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and defendant, trial's about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. This is it then. The final chapter. Funny. My heart's racing a little. Thank you for telling me it's the final chapter. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. I thought I'd always feel this, but okay. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. Is it Kazuma? Is it Kazuma? I'm waiting for Kazuma. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Truth, justice, and love. No, skin. Finding the truth. Oh wait, I was correct. We're finally here. The final battle. With the boss. Well, actually not the final. The unrevealing of the final arc, probably. Oh my god, they're not the same people! The witness, or the jury's not the same. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Hairbrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution defense ready to proceed? Oh, it's the witness! That's definitely Kazuma! The prosecution's ready, my lord. And then here I always space out. The defense is ready, my lord! It's Kazuma! As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice, with memory loss. Or does he? Also, Sherlock Holmes is sus, very sus. If I may, Lord Van Zix. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Is there a secret lover? Yes, my apprentice and assistant. Prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. What? Wait, what was that sword thing? What? What? What was that sword thing? Also, why does he have a sword? Wait, do we talk about that yet? Wait, the same sword, is it a saber? I hereby instruct my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments. By the look of it, and that weird sword movement that you didn't need. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. I know it's true. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. Or is he? I know, but... Oh, this is so very hard. But at least he's alive! And not dead like we thought. It appears the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness short. Is he even a witness? He's like... If anything, he's like... What's the word again? Conspirator? I forgot what that word was. One where you conspire with someone. Very good, very... Oh! Accomplice, that was the word. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, who... random. Yeah. Random quotation marks. Are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Do I remember these guys? Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. We have listened to what's going on both sides of the fence. And so one that's it, isn't it? Wasn't this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. Too many people. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zix. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Also, the voices are too similar. The guy just... Yesterday at the Great Exhibition Grounds, evidence of primary importance in this case. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. It was... What? An explosion. I don't remember the voices. This is an outrage. Oh, wait, the jury didn't know anything until then? Okay. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. Oh yeah, that was yesterday. I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine. They tried to erase the evidence! Yes, a terrible business. So my tea is done, probably. Get some honey as well. He did to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Weber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Post-explosion photograph has been entered into the court record. Oh, let me see. Oh, let me see. Ohayou. Hola. Wait, let me look at it. Wait, not this one. Also, with one hand I'm using control and the other hand I'm putting honey into my tea. I have a third page now. Oops, wrong button. What? Photograph print of the experimentation stage after it was completely leveled by a time bomb. How'd you know it's a time bomb? Oh wait, no, he did say that. Or Drebber said that. Let me mix the honey. Okay. And then put this down and drink my tea. You know what? There must be some clue here somewhere, right? Like this trapdoor that's open. This giant trapdoor. What is this? What is this? Coat hanger? Like what? Maybe some glass? I don't see anything out of, you know, anything weird except this trapdoor, but okay. Oh, hello, Yellow. It's Ace Attorney Day today. Hopefully it's the final chapter for this arc. Late afternoon, oops. Late afternoon yesterday. The protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. What? Wait, someone dumb it down for me. I'm good at science, but not at stuff like this. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Unless there's blueprints, maybe? Indeed, a most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was a result of the actions of the accused. Of that, we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control. I think it's indirectly causing the death, though. The person who made the machine is the one who knows how the machine works, and he let the guy do it. So it's like, some guy who doesn't know what's happening pushes the button, but you're the one that made like a death machine of the button. You know? I don't think it's his fault. As Lord Van Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. He's like, what? What Uniponese person doing? The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Osman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drever, and the victim himself, Mr. Odi Osman. All he knows. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defendant intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. He's on our son. He was played. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zieks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drever, to the stand. Also, Apollo Justice 4 to 6 is going to come out soon. Which means I need to play that too. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drever, occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too? I had exactly the same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The Q-Zit's super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. That's such a long thing to say. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drever, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment, or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. Wait, give me the blueprints then. Wait, I think they burned. No, I thought they almost burned, but we found it. Huh? So robotic. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious, do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? I actually don't know how to say that. Bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up. But we've already established a machine. The machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick. Yeah, the trapdoor, man. You've established nothing of the sort. I mean, I probably didn't establish it. Although as shown during yesterday's proceedings, is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. Very true. Oh, igiyari, gerako. Azamasu. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. Yeah, I think it's easier to make him a robot. Sounding. Easy to remember. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. There was a twin, the Max model. Maybe. A body double. That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved, when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. How? You're so knowledgeable. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Ugh. Incidentally, the prosecution's already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. They checked that. It's under my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Yeah, how was he able to make it? Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Trevor. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. So he's a magician and a scientist. Investigation of the witness workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Just because he has a trophy doesn't mean he won it, though. For all I know, he could have stolen it. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. And you didn't think that his thing was flawed, and you're like, oh, I'll make it anyway, but okay. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Huh? But you just said you know science, and that's why you could build it. Like, are you saying like, I'm not that good as that guy, but then you built it anyway? You were able to build it, huh? Counsel for defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Kinesis machine. Okay. Met them 1 year ago. So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. Ha, okay. Does that mean you're a builder or a scientist? What? Which one? So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. I mean, a swindler. Not to mention excellence in fraud. does like a weird worm thing and then does some robot thing. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Huh? I don't like that. Yes, you might say that. Professor Hairbrain certainly has a mind like no other. But now he's calling him a murderer. Blueprints constructed... Okay. Give me the blueprints. It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic. However, the more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. I agree. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. What? That's a weird phrase. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? You know, the more you smile, the more suspicious you look. It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. Which we found in your apartment, by the way. Which means you were the one that set it up, huh? Wait, yeah, that's what that means. If it's made exactly the same way. With the same materials. Which means it's you that did it, therefore you obviously exploded it, which means that's a different type of murder. I mean, crime. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. Wait! I have! It was to plan all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. Wait, no, wait! I have evidence, I think. Oops, wait, I pressed the wrong button. Wrong button. Wrong button. Wrong button. Okay. We have the bomb, right? Huh? We don't have the bomb? Was this openable again? No, it wasn't. We need the key for this. I feel like this is gonna be the head of Asman, who was actually the professor, I guess. Except why was that'd be so weird? Like, why would there be like a wax model of this like serial killer, and then like Asman looks exactly like him, and then no one's like, hey, do you think that that guy is actually the serial killer? Nah, he can't be. Like, why would there be conveniently be a twin head? Like, seriously. Anyway, why do I not have the bomb with me? Why do I not have the bomb? Legit girl, Gina, you had the bomb. You had the bomb. I have nothing here then. We have a twin. But you still a wax model. That's suspicious. Of course that's it. Mr. Asman was a twin! Lol. Didn't we just establish he didn't have one? Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before. But the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. Demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. It didn't have to look exactly like it. But Dr. Sith absolutely ruled out that as a possibility. Alright, is it fingerprints? You could just touch the machine beforehand. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. Yeah, you could just leave fingerprints on there beforehand. So, you don't know when the fingerprints were there. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. Unless they're wearing gloves, they could. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. A professor? Maybe they just look alike. They're actually not. He's actually not a serial killer then. He looks identical. 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 This is the guy, right? Those are some unique glasses. Looks like they'd be earrings. Looks identical. Lost cat. Okay, I don't know anything here. Let's try again. It crashed head first, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Does he need to do that? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Oh yeah, the crossbow. We have that too. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. Wait, what? I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plummeted headfirst into the tower. How did you see that if you're in your workshop? What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Like what? How'd you know? Even an infernal recluse like me reads newspapers, you know? Oops, I insulted. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Oh, wait, what? Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver. Oh yeah, this is like ages ago. Believed to belong to the defendant. And he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. That sounds like an insult. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. I like how he just said, can we know which one's fatal? It's like as if, you know, that's a thing that people should know. Like, I wouldn't even think, which one was fatal? Actually, no, I guess he would. Because you're like, which one actually killed him? I'm like, most likely not the bruise he got, but like, you know, the stab into the heart. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. What? Your accident grant you prep the science on which machine was built was flawed somehow. So you understood the science, did you? I know, right? He understood the science, but then he like built it like, yeah, whatever, it's probably gonna work. Even though I understand that it's not gonna work. Like what? That's contradictory. Not in the slightest, huh? You're just a carpenter then? Oh, right. As I've said multiple times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allow my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I guess. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. Unless you're a really great scientist, you're just like, oh, I look at this blueprint, I understand everything. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principle it relies on? I mean, I guess it's possible. Not that good, I feel like, though. Like, you want to build a house without understanding, you know, how it works, and then like, hey, I see this flaw here, this is not going to work well, or something. Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? Huh? Huh. A very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. Point is, experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. And he's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. I'm hungry. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with this. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Trevor? He wants me to unravel this thing while he's doing his job. Met 1 year ago. Constructed the machine to precise specification. Are you sure? Is there a trapdoor? This trapdoor is suspicious. I'm like, there's a specification required a trapdoor. I don't think that's useful. This one's already not useful yet because it's not unrelated. This one's also. What does it say again? Does it actually say his name? It doesn't say his name. Who knows whose trophy this is? Maybe he doesn't the point is that they're like, yeah, you're probably an engineering person because you have a trophy. But if it's not his trophy, then that theory or hypothesis is invalid. Wait! The neck of the waxwork of Mr. Drebber. This one was suspicious too, but it has blood, but like... So what? So what? Nothing related to this trial. Maybe there was a photograph here. But that's related right now. Where's the blood? Where's the blood? What? Wasn't there blood here somewhere? Was it gone? Whatever. When lens extended. Maybe he killed them when he got this. Maybe Asma was killed when... Here's something that shows up when it's extended except the blood. Not this one. What's this thing? Found in the clothing of the Professor Waxwork, which he had. Wasn't that suspicious? It's also really suspicious. Actually, wait, what about this thing? This thing, right? Wait a minute, there's a trap door, so I guess this whole thing just like falls? This hole is also kind of weird. I don't know what this is. You don't see the trap door here, but it opened. You don't see anything here suspicious. This thing was found in his room. It belongs to Enoch Drebber. That means he was there then. What about I think it's a trapdoor. I'm gonna... Okay, wait. Let me save this. There's a trap... You said it needs a body double, right? I'm like, you don't need a body double if you have a trapdoor. Appear above their heads. You don't need... If only I had the blueprint, man. I think it's either this one or this one. Let me try this one. Darn it. The music didn't stop us on this one. I think it's a trapdoor. The trapdoor. The trapdoor. Let me try with this one. I'm gonna waste a lot of time here, but it's okay. It's the trapdoor! Darn it. Man. They get rid of my chances so fast. Saw appear above their heads. Where were you? Wait, what about you? Okay, wait, let me try the chapter one more time. And then the fact that the thing he said that he wasn't actually there, I'll try that next. And then it's like, your crossbow was there. What are you talking about? The crossbow was there. Not to mention the glass. Darn it. I'll eject to that last statement. What if it's like the one where he didn't need a twin? I don't think so. We haven't established that he doesn't need it one yet, though. Head first. But this part's okay, though. Head first, but this part's not broken. This part's not broken, though. Let me try one more. Or try a bunch of things. This thing does not hit first. It was correct. Wait. I used up all my things, so let me load back. I had many theories, okay? Head first, and yet this bird cage was only broken on the very bottom here, and not at the top. And he's strapped inside, right? So like, how would he have been able to break his spine or whatever the heck if he's strapped here and this part's not broken and there was no damage to him himself? Kind of like a mic and a shock mount. It's like, if it doesn't hit... Actually, no, never mind. Unrelated. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following an explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. No. That's only that much damage. I agree, the damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. I knew it. It was one of my many hypotheses. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept the fact that the one that fell down and the one that's placed there are two separate birdcages. That there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Wait, I don't understand where the birdcages were though. Where did you find them? It was the crystal tower, right? What about, wouldn't there have to be 3 of them? Because there's one. There's at least 2, right? Wait, let me think about this. There is one when they first start this experiment, right? And the trapdoor drops it to make it disappear, you know? And then there's one at the very top of the crystal tower that falls so everyone can see. And that one's the one that's like head first going down, right? And like, oh, he's falling from a really high height is what they think. And then that one disappeared as well. And then there's one at the base of the crystal tower. That's the actual corpse, and the one that's this one, that the one they have. So there has to be at least 2 of them, but probably 3. Okay. Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. Well, if we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion. Wait, that's the wrong place. At an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amidst such chaos are notoriously unreliable. Now there's multiple of them. But the victim's neck was broken. That's very true. He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find 1 or 2 of his vertebrae crushed. That's kind of true. It's like, that's it. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there, though to be even more rigorous. You would have to say it was only 1 vertebra actually. How do you know that? Why do you know where it was broken? That's oddly specific. I'm pretty sure newspapers wouldn't be like, yeah, it was one part of the vertebrae. He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zieks. This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. He's doing his job. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? Yeah, he's trying to make us find the truth. I feel like that's the undertone here. He's a tsundere, essentially. Just like Mitsurugi. Yes, there's one more point the defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates the fact there's a body double. Or there has to be a body double. It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drever, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. In quotation marks. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. Ah, I nearly had him there. That's so unnecessary. So unnecessary. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Maybe you didn't kill him there. Oh wait, that's how you amended it? Okay. What that? What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. What do you mean by alive? Yes, there were a lot of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, that's true. Saw or saw him move? And like talk. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. Lol, his hands like scroll. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. Okay, got it. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes, it's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes. Maybe it wasn't birdcage, it was like a mock birdcage. It has to be this one, right? This is the part where I need to like put some evidence. There's nowhere else 30 feet high. There is nowhere else. What about this thing? What about this thing? Wait, how high is it? Does someone have a diagram of how high it is? That's basically 30 feet, right? Like here to like, what was it, here to here? I don't remember where it broke. Here to here is like 30 feet, and like here to here is also 30 feet. And then you like have a ton of and then like maybe this was him, and then like drop down and then like a slide, water slide or something, and then put him here where he's supposed to be. I don't know. I forgot, okay? Where was it? How do I go back? Okay. Wait a minute. Autopsy report here is Courtney Sith. Oh wait, Courtney Sith was the girl, isn't it? It's Courtney Stevens. Oh, that's a different Courtney. Huh? It shows another balloon that he claims was green and exploded moments after he took the shot. This thing could have been. Okay, let me try that one. And let me save as well. Save. Save. I want all my lives. It could have fell from the tower itself with this trapdoor. Darn it. I still think this is a trapdoor though. If it's not that one, then nowhere else 30 feet. Nowhere else 30 feet. I want to say it's the Crystal Tower. Can I see diagram when it fell? Oh darn it, it was the Crystal Tower then. I was like, I want a better picture. This is a diagram of this experimentation stage and its surroundings. Oh, thank you. See, I wanted this. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the Crystal Tower. Yeah, see, I want this diagram. Or like the movie of this. It fell about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which a birdcage could have fallen. A trapdoor! The same distance of 30 feet. No! Well, it appears defense is a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring to on the same diagram. It's in the Crystal Tower. The alternative location from which a birdcage could possibly have fallen the requisite 30 feet is... The place I'm referring to is here! But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage, but what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. Do I need to spell it out for you? Turns out the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. Where was the body in the end, though? I forget. Wow. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in the steam. And that's why the base was broken. Right? At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there were to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen exactly the same, almost exactly the same distance. Dun dun dun. I mean, the fact there's a trapdoor there that can't be destroyed by the bomb, like, that's so obvious. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two! Wait, where was the thing in the end, though? My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design, except I do. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it is true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. See, I told you it was a trapdoor. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone! Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. I feel like they wanted to destroy this trapdoor the most, but they failed. Well, the defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Wait, I didn't get back to us that quick. Mr. Drebber. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asma's life. And laid the blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by the one who created it. By you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh. Yeah. Igiyari. Oh, he like effing got rid of the cork with his saber. What? If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water. on two counts. 2, not 1. Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff in the exhibition has attested to that. He's under disguise, and I believe the members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, the driver had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. You need to— I don't know about the— yeah, I don't know about that. I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into a tower are one and the same. Okay, so in the end, it— well, that doesn't make sense still, though. The one they found was the birdcage. Wait, the birdcage they found. Where was this found? Into the crystal tower. Why is the base damage? If it was head first, then definitely, if there's 2 of them, this one should be— this part should be broken. But the fact that this one's broken, that means it was used in the crystal tower. Oh wait. What? The crystal tower. Wait. What's this called again? Just machine? Yeah. If it fell here, that should have been here, but they said that one is found in the crystal tower? Or they think it's crystal tower? I don't know. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. Maybe, that part's probably the wax model, honestly. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. How do I know? They're scammers. They're working on this together. They wanted more of the research money. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? Y'all can do it. I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Venzix? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. 30%? That's certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on the condition that both contracting parties are alive. I don't know, that's suspicious. Like, why would they suddenly add this? Maybe he didn't do it for money then. For this account. Maybe he just like wanted to kill the guy. And he's like, oh, it can't be me because I would have wanted money. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. I don't know, that's what you wanted to say. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Ah. Him and his weird movements. It seems that defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Venzix, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. I submit it as contract. Into the court record. Let me look at it. There must be something. Wait. Before you go on a negative rant. Hereby enters a contract with a provider to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remuneration from government grants or other income. Yeah, I don't see anything weird about this. It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the crystal tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Ah, so I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo.
And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion. There are undeniable truths too.
Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit. No! Igiari! At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage, yet now we know there must have been two. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. We must investigate more, in other words. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. That's very true. If he knew there were two bird cages, like, obviously, he's lying about something. Whether he did it or not. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Accomplice! Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Wait, Asman. Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice. That's very true. You don't need just one culprit. An accomplice now? Well then I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Asman! Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. It's the victim! Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? I have no choice. What do I do here? At the moment, there's a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. I'm pretty sure it's the culprit. Very sure. His smile is suspicious. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice, or not? What happens if I click back down? I want to see what happens. It's probably just gonna lead it back to like, no. I will name an accomplice. Let me see. Let's face it, I have no idea who his accomplice might actually have been. Which isn't the strongest position. Well, to be in, is it, Ryunosuke? Mr. Naruto, think of the sword at your side. Karuma. Was that the name of the sword? Karuma is crying out. Sorry? Crying out for you, to show the strength of your conviction now as a lawyer. Yes, you're right. The sword that I inherited, which embodies the will of my best friend, is my own accomplice. Huh. Sounds like you're both doing crime, but okay. I'm not sure that's the right word, but that's the spirit, certainly. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Let's see. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. The victim must have been involved. He didn't think he was going to die. But the inconsistency itself is the clue. Counsel. My lord. You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. Ah! So your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been? Mr. Drebber's accomplice is definitely Susato! Just kidding. Oh, I have so many people. I guess it's in a boss of a large criminal organization. It's like, I wonder which one of you guys are suspicious. All but then again, he's suspicious too. There's so many. I don't think she was her. She was unrelated. Who the heck is this guy? Oh, the balloon guy. Oh yeah, he was there. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's two people I can think of actually. One is the victim himself. He thought he wasn't gonna die, and then he, like, yeah, let's do this whole trick and then get more money, yeah, research fund, yeah, and he's like, accident, and then like he didn't think he was gonna die, and then Drebber killed him, basically, because he didn't know about the machine enough. Second I can think of, that's suspicious because it's based on evidence, is the coroner, because if we go back to the history, Everything was based on the forensic science, right? Which is not established in court yet. Where did it say though? No, it wasn't here. Yeah. According to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility that the 2 bird cages have been switched. Which means the coroner was in on it. I'm going with her. Name of the person in question is... What's wrong? Whiny Bunny's friend. Darn it. Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course, I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. It is her then! I didn't think it was her in the beginning, actually. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I mean, it's not established, right? So maybe they, like, fudge the stuff. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Huh? I want to be larger. Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel. Counsel now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Sith. What the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Sith? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim? Yes, it is. We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. Very true. Thank you for illuminating me. When else could have the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. Are you saying everyone in the forensic team, basically? It's like, can she carry a dead body from one site to another? It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Sith be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. My god, it was her. What really can't be? But we use our new science. Britain, for Great Britain. We must be perfect. You've got nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. What does that mean? But okay. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? What? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? The wax model. What? Certainly the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another. That cage must have also contained a body. Yeah, that's true. That's what I wanted to know. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Oyster Osmond. I mean, who knows? It could have been like a homeless guy or like a guy that no one cares about and no one reports as missing. To be fair, you know. Ugh, that's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must have also been one person inside each. Or a wax model. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet. Have I? Yes, I do. What can I do to reveal how this body was achieved? I don't have evidence because I can't open the thing yet. I don't have a key for it. Nothing at the moment, man. I can't explain that at the moment. Oh, really? And when can the court expect an explanation? Maybe tomorrow? Ah, F. Then you can take your leave of us until then. People who procrastinate lose everything in the end, Miss Naruhodo. Maybe Madame Tuspel has a key to opening the thing. We can discuss that later, but for now, you ought to consider what you can do, or not what you can't. Alright, yes, I'll think again. What can I do to reveal? It's not really evidence, though. Very well, defense will address my learned my learned friend's concerns.
By presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double.
Good gracious, evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, Counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now.
Body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion, some 18 meters above the spectators? Wait, that means it doesn't have to even to be a look like him. It just needs to be dressed the same way. Because you can't even see them that far, and then you switch it, and no one knows any better. Body double inside the second bird cage was! It has to be this one. We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in a birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage, obviously. Instead, that contained something else, what's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. And then he got rid of the wax model. And no one saw it clearly, so it doesn't matter what it looked like. Yes, Counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second bird cage was, in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruto. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it.
Thank you, Mrs. Sato. I needed that.
As I was saying, the body double inside the second bird cage was... as unbelievable as it may seem. That thing there, where did that come from?
Was it just inside the court the whole time? I'm like, what? The courtroom? It was just sitting there this whole time? Did I bring it out of my 4D dimensional pocket? Open your eyes and look into mine, my Japanese friend. Oh, we're lovers now, staring at each other's eyes. Open my eyes. Now tell me, what are you playing at?
Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit.
That's unrelated.
As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. Also weak. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting waxworks?
Yes, that's about the size of it.
But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less.
What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber.
He's the one that stole it. What?
Just days before Professor Harebrained performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Two Spells.
Did you say abducted?
And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum.
Suspicious. Then the timing. Yep, exactly. The timing's perfect. Is this true, Mr. Drebber? I mean, that's pretty solid evidence at that time.
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again, but now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage, as a body double for Mr. Asman.
Oh, he's wearing a skirt, I realize. Or a skirt type of thing. Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal?
When did he do a public speech?
That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientists. They did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. Lol. He's just appealing to their emotions now. Pathos. And that to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide? Lol. I was like, are you sure our Great Britain will do this? People from our Great Britain?
Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible.
My lord, I need to speak, if you please. Oh darn, everyone's gonna be like, oh, guilty. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Of course they have. When did you guys whisper to each other? Very good in that case.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now. Oh my god. There was nothing that just suddenly he said a fancy speech while I gave evidence, and then everyone's like, yeah, okay, I believe the speech, even though I just presented evidence, but okay, whatever. So as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was gonna happen, yep. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruto, as we always do. I know, it's the same pattern as always. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Lol, he knows the pattern now too. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. We even talked about hairbrain this whole time, and all of a sudden they're like, yeah, yep, he's guilty. The other Great Britain criminal is not guilty, but this guy is guilty, yep. I've known that woman for years. She'd never been accomplice to anything. Okay. Sure. I can accept this part. You've known her. She's not that type. Sure. Okay, I can... Valid. It's utter nonsense to think that those two would ever be conniving with one another. How do you know this? Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I've had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. Wait, what? How's it related? I've seen no rigorous proof that the waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Killing someone without right evidence is not a proper job, is it? I won't have it. I have evidence. Yo. Or I will if you give me a chance to talk about it. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its built in no way resembles that of the victim. Just unlock it! I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asman's body double. I don't know what that temerity word is though. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model, because of the face! Obviously. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Because of that face! It's locked up. Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Wait, that's what I thought. Oh, then I don't know. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Me with my little tiny rat thingy on my shoulder. Any fancy rebuttal? Known for years. Okay. Yeah, you're involved. Suspicious? The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. I know, right? Why start with him? I'm a copper lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with it? Why are you holding a pistol? Where do I start? I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years. That's even more than I thought. That's more older than me. We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And we did. And when we did. Forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Sith, you mean? That's right. About 10 years ago now, it was, when I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you. Can you tell me without holding that gun in the air? We were all about to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim, we were full of vim. What is vim? That's coming across Loud and clear.
How do you know this?
We've only just started to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Sith in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. That's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime.
Oh man, that's really good though. Too bad to drag her reputation down to the ground now.
The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tush.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Waxwork has nothing to do with the coroner. Waxwork has nothing to do with the coroner. This thing was found though, inside the clothing of the professor's waxwork. But it doesn't have anything to do with the coroner. That is very true. It's still dealing with the tower and the incident. Waxwork has nothing to do with the coroner. Waxwork. Waxwork. The camera? There are stains, but I don't know whose blood stains it is. Whatever, let's keep asking. Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Ew, what is mutual interest in the waxwork and how's that romantic? Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know? Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this corner woman. I feel like the old guy's gonna be like, how dare you? Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. Hairbrain? This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Sith would be enough. Yes, I agree. I don't have any. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. For gossip? If you don't trust the police, then why are you saying guilty? What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences, so we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Oh. Yoiko shot. Oh. Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole? Who are you calling a mass murderer? Wait, how did I know it's Ottermole? I forgot his name. Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. Oh, Ottermole is the waxwork guy. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Holmes. Also, how'd you know Zach's name? Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do. Back in my day. Back in the good old days. It wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called the coroner into question in them days. The coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name on it. Stevens or Sith? What? She was the best of the best, an apple that forces eye. Yeah, see, I was like, Courtney. I was like, what? Did she get married? Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Oh, sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Sith's maiden name. Her maiden name. So that was before she was married. Of course, yes. Silly me. It's Sith now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. On the corner report of the professor like 10 years ago. Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of posing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Well, yes, I don't see why not. She was corny even back when I knew her, of course, a legendary coroner even. Good. Is there something? Actually, I don't think I would even press evidence. I can't even do that, actually. Legendary coroner. Those two are involved. Surely waxwork has nothing to do with coroner. I do not trust them much. Can you pit these two together? Okay, wait. Let's check this guy too. But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry? I grant you, given that this cage appeared from a mist and explosion, there had been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could have at least had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. I don't even remember this guy. But that perhaps means his mind can be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the professor waxwork was inside the birdcage. Yes, I can! Yes, I can! Yes, I can! I have evidence. As the crystal thingy was found inside. Oh, I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. Everyone else is wearing black outfits. What are you talking about? Also, mine's dark navy blue. Currently. So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. That's what I thought. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside the birdcage. Namely, the fact that theirs was found inside the waxwork clothing. What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. I wonder which one it's made from. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Tower? Holy smoke! Oh, there is smoke. Exactly. The centerpiece of the great exhibition where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. From whence the small piece originated, is that it? Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you, and it's obviously was used, because there was a piece of the glass inside. Well, as I said, only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. That should have been your stance from the beginning. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. Ah! One innocence! In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. Huh? What happened to innocence? What? Change your ruling from guilty to non-guilty. Present that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside that birdcage. Which is the opposite with this one. Oh wait, no. Waxwork, nothing to do with the corner. Wait, let me save this first. Actually, no, wait, no. Let's go to the next one first. I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you? Huh? Because it's delicious. Some of y'all know, like, what is it? Grilled corn is like the most delicious thing. Boiled corn is also delicious. But grilled corn is also delicious. Because I trust. Corn away, he's been going back on the farm. Pick him off on my way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is, who? Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe you could wait until after the trial? Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Oh, you need corn, you mean? Whenever I've summoned... Oh, I can't read what she's saying. Whenever I've summoned... Is it something? I've summoned big to the side. The colonels always point me in the right direction, see? The corn, you mean? You're talking about your cup of corn? Are you doing like, what is it? You know, reading the cards or something of fate? Never, guilty, guilty not, guilty not. Is this like plucking flowers from petals from a flower? Guilty not, guilty, not guilty. Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home. Actually, do people even do that? Do we do that? Wait, do I do that? As an American, I'm like, is that a thing? I think it is, right? It's like to do, to not do, to do, to not do. Or like, he likes me, she doesn't like me, whatever. Likes me, doesn't like me. So Professor Harebrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Could you at least not wait until after we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? I want to say this to every single person in the journey though. Or in the jury. And not just this girl. Oh, I don't know about that. My tummy's awfully full already. Stop eating then. Amazing, lol. Nice pun. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot. And the flower thing is like, they like me, they don't like me. I wonder if they have the same thing in Japan, because they mention it here, unless it was just like a localization thing. I think they still do that in Japan. I feel like I've heard that in Japan. Kind of. If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asman's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too. No, it's okay, I got it. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the juror's mind. I got it. If you can read a book while eating a rice cracker, Miss Nanuto, I'm sure you can do this. Your expectations of me is kind of low about the reading while eating cracker. Like what? Everyone can do that. Everyone can do that. Okay, wait, I got it. Corner. They're not involved with each other. Nothing to do with the coroner. They said they just need evidence of the waxwork being involved with the thing. So I think it's these two. Wait, let me save first. Did I save yet? Always save. Save. Okay, got it. No, wait. Okay. I don't know. I think I can only find these two. The waxwork has nothing to do with the corner. I mean, the scene. And this guy's like, yep, that waxwork was definitely inside the scene. Yadi. Those two statements are fundamental. Oh, wait, this doesn't look right. Well, Mr. Foreman. Why am I trying to Foreman? Oh, there's to be new Sherlock Holmes adventures publishing next month by the looks. My lord, the foreman of jury isn't listening. What is this, like high school? It's like teacher, he isn't listening. He's eating lunch early. Is that so? Well, I have to reserve myself a copy of at the local news agent in that case. This is not the one who is listening to what I'm saying. Teacher, she's doing her homework early. Perhaps this would be a good opportunity to have a rethink then, Mr. Naruto? Dear not, my learned friend. I heard every sorry word. No, you have such sharp ears. Actually, wait. I don't know what it is then. Ah! Okay, wait. Waxwork has nothing to do with the corner, and I cannot present anything. Problems with the police, I don't trust them much. Waxwork was indeed inside that birdcage. Waxwork was indeed inside that workshop. I do have evidence though. Well, not evidence that was her, but... Huh? Huh? Oh, hola! Hola, gods. Hola. But no one spoil though. In case if anyone knows, no one spoil. The other thing I'm thinking is this one is legendary, right? He's a police, right? And this guy's like, I don't trust a police. And I'm like, maybe those two? Let's try those two? It's okay, I saved. Let's try these two? Nope. Okay. Okay, well, skip this all. Yep, okay. Yep, how dare you, my learned friend, and then everything. I at least want to have basis instead of just randomly clicking. What if it's one of those things where once I ask them to amend their cases and they talk a bit more about stuff, like Gur, right? Let me see. Those two would be contriving each other. But let me talk with her again. Maybe she gives me something new. No relationship with a woman. Would it be great if he does? Romantic, yada yada. Also romantic, you know, a criminal and like a coroner, you know, of like public servant having a relationship. Yep, forbidden love. Yep, all that. Okay, it's not that one. Waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner. Those two would be conniving. That it's definitely this guy. This guy's definitely involved. Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Oh wait, if the waxwork was actually inside, that means that they were working together. It has to have been. It has to have been. Okay, wait. Okay, got it. Because if it was inside, that means the coroner must have known. What? Okay, wait. What? Maybe I'm too far ahead of myself. Like, no one's on the same page as me. I'm a genius, and no one's already thinking that yet. Well, okay, fine. If the waxwork was there, that means she is lying. She may not be working together with him, but she's lying. Which means this one, legendary coroner, nothing to do with. I already did these two. I would thought it'd still be this police one in the legendary coroner though. What about her? Killing someone without right evidence. Well, actually, they do have evidence because the waxwork was legit inside. I don't think it's gonna work, but I'm gonna try anyway. Oh, it worked. Oh wait, no, it didn't. Also, the music stopped. Oh, wait, that was the correct one. I was like, music stopped, but like those two statements clearly contradict each other. I'm like, it sounds like the regular "you are wrong" line, but okay. If you could put down your coin for a moment, jury number 5. No. Oh, you mean me? You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the date in question is not without supporting evidence. As the defense demonstrated to the jurors sitting beside you. I thought she was talking about like accusing the lady of being suspicious and accomplice, but okay. Not about the waxwork, but okay. Oh, is that right? Yes, it is. Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument at all? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Is it Colonel? It's Colonel! Right, it's not Colonel, it's Colonel. It's pronounced Colonel. That's why it works for corn, huh? Okay, I just got it. That was dumb from me. I forgot. Of course you don't. If I could interject here. Please do, sir. Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further. Muzai! Not guilty! Finally. God darn, you should have did that ages ago. Ah, well, me too then. Sorry. Like, whatever. If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. Huh? So if I say it's right, you don't say, hey, it must be right? See, I am. Is your dad? What? I wouldn't drink one against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. What's stuff in between the ears? She used the cord. That's 2 down. Success, if you can call it that. She's like, if Papa says so, I believe him. Oh, okay, these two are done, right? Oh, what else now? Oh, oops. Yada 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 yada. Particular. Yep. Wait, what else is there then? Horny Steven. Okay, let me save again. Let's save again. Don't want to go through that whole thing again, just in case. Is it gonna end during this trial? She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course, Legend Corner. Okay, wait. Wait, so those two are done. Technically, it's 4 people, right? I need a combination of 2. Oh my, does someone remember math from like high school? Combination. There's 4. So 4C2, which is like, I don't know. I don't remember. Maybe like 816. But I don't want to do that. Don't trust him much. I still think it's this guy and this guy. But whatever. What if I put these two? Like, these two are like, she's technically saying, yeah, the man has nothing to do with the corner, right? Oh no, but it is. We just confirmed that. Kind of. Whatever, I'll put those together. Okay, I'll put you and you. Oh, the BGM didn't stop. Never mind. Stop reading newspaper, teacher. Teacher, she's doing math homework when it's history class. By the way, I was that type of girl. I was that type of cat. I'm like, oh, I got extra time. Let's do some homework. Wait, what about this guy? I don't trust the police. Oh, maybe there's something involved. Nope. At this point, I feel like I'm just guessing. But I'm not guessing. I have basis for it, even though it's really, really, really weak. God darn it. Ah. Legendary. Conniving with each other. I still think it's these two. I'm pretty sure I did these two. Okay, wait. I need to go to the bathroom. Let me think about this. Here. Stare at her amazing outfit while I go to the bathroom. Be right back. I'm back. Still don't know. These two are. This guy is just really weird. This guy. No problems with the police. I don't trust them. I don't trust them. What about these two? Did I do these two yet? I don't even remember now. It's okay. I'll just do a bunch of stuff. I think I did these two already though. It has to be this guy. With someone else. But they did say add her name. Wait, let me look at my court record. Wait, what if I talk to him again? What sort of problems? Run into problems. The police makes life hard for them. Yeah, police makes things difficult. Extort money from the— wait, did they say this before? Extort money from the poor? That's something not right. Yes, and it is why I say that if you trust the police— oh wait! I remember now. The other guy interjected, so I didn't hear this. He didn't hear his whole statement. Yes, and that's why I say that if you trust the police, you will have trouble. But here you are, claiming this waxwork model was stolen to star in an illusionary spectacular. The idea is so wild, I think I will take my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion. Huh? You say you don't trust the police. This is how the public at large view Scotland Yard, is it? Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? Perhaps we should view what's happened here in London as a measure of what may happen at home. Yes, like a Scotland Yard stick. A Scotland Yard stick. I wonder how a policeman would feel listening to this story. I'm sure he'll have a word or two to say in response. He already did. Wait, let me go back to that guy then. Does he say something else? She was legendary, was she? Oh wait! I needed to click Mata again on him? After he changed his statement? Oh, no wonder I didn't figure this out. She was legendary, was she? What did you say? Yeah? That woman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of the forensic investigation team. Legendary was your description, sir, not mine. Wait, isn't that a compliment? Rubbish! That word never passed my lips. Huh? I'll never describe anybody that way, ever! Not if they were still in the game! You mean alive? What? What's your definition of legendary? I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Sith is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair? If it weren't for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud, you just used the word legendary. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that legendary. Ah, that's it! Okay, let me just click all of them again, just to be super clear. Super clear. Super clear. Is Dr. Sith in charge of examining— wait, did we talk about this? Oh yeah, we did. The man behind those murders was caught 2 days flat. Are you talking about the professor one? Dr. Sith, or in other words, Dr. Stevens, or whatever. No, there's nothing here. Waxwork, the man said nothing to it, but it does! It does! Alright, this is the whole swindler. We don't know of any connection. Romantic. Views everything in terms of relationship. You learn something new every day. Relationship between them and them. There must be some connection between the waxwork and Doctor— I already did? Oh. Or did I not? Technically I don't. I just know the waxwork was in the bird cage, which she examined, supposedly, and therefore is suspicious. Oh, are you objecting, daughter? I'm objecting, but they're not using my— they're not taking my evidence as real evidence. Oh, darn. A legendary coroner, even then. What about these two? You know, I'm just gonna— effing hell. I'm just gonna— darn it. At this point, it's the process of elimination. Process of elimination. Ah, wait. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Oh, wrong button. Okay. If I save there, it's GG. process of elimination. Oh, hello. Hello, banana fish. Hello, hello. And you're pressing everyone, I assume. Yeah, I pressed everyone. I already did these two. Process elimination now. Huh? What? What? What about these two? What? Those two statements clearly contradict each other in ways that I do not understand. Everything contradicted. To be fair, everything contradicted each other. Okay. Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel? Okay, tell me, convince me. So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Sith, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Wait, what? Wait. Before they say what? No, not this one. This one's Courtney Stevens, whatever, but this was like... Technically, Professor died, right? So there's nothing suspicious about that. Technically, he died. Even though they said that he came back to life, but like, that's a rumor, right? I know she probably knew it was a waxwork in there, but that could have applied to everyone, not just the girl, but okay. This one also by Courtney Sith. Death of victim. Okay, if you're saying the evidence is this thing, I'd be like duh, like that's what I said, kind of. It doesn't have to be her though. I guess the point is to demonstrate that they're interacted in the past. They didn't. No evidence really shows that they interacted though. This was just autopsy report. Okay, wait. Okay, let's see what he says. What connection? Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. Forbidden love. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Me too. Me too. Dr. Sith's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. I don't see it. The defense has evidence to prove it. Wait, I still don't see it. My goodness! Evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling! I was like, tell me the gossip. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope that there is substance to your claim. I hope so too. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Sith to the mass murderer known as the Professor. Huh? Wait, what? I mean, she took apart his body to the mass murder, but that's nothing to do with the waxwork itself, is what I'm thinking. But okay, sure, whatever. This one. She did autopsy, yeah. But that's not like he was alive then, unless they confirmed that he actually... Wait, was it that the grave was empty? Was it? I forgot. Okay, maybe I just forgot everything. I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. Also, it's also really confusing when there's like 2 professors in this. Professor Hairbrain, and there's like the professor. I'm like, which professor are you speaking of? The professors? But the man was a capital offender. So... That's right, this is a certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details, but what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. And? Courtney Stevens. Oh my! Courtney Stevens! Sirgaloid! And? So what? It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Sith 10 years ago, and a few days ago, Dr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. That's just a coincidence. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. And? And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Oh, I thought she said unsavory relationship between those 2 people. Okay. Absolutely, I'm sure of it. Huh? What do you mean you're sure? There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. There's no evidence on this, though. Just because he's still a waxworker professor doesn't mean that Drebber is related to Courtney. Like, what? It could have... Huh? Between Dorothy Sith and Mr. Enoch Drebber? I still don't buy it. It's a very... Yeah, it's a very loose connection. I don't... Very, very, very loose. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Lo, she's like, I need the gossip. Oh, let's say he's innocent for now until, like, I get my gossip. Quite right, we can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. I don't know. I don't buy it still. It's not convincing. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. Like, it could have been anyone that stole it, and then be like, oh my god, maybe there's some secret connection between those two. I'm like, no. No, I don't believe it. Or no, I don't buy it. It's not good enough to convince people otherwise. Oh, Kunahodo. He watched Doctor Who last night before demonstrating the connection. I know, it's like, it's so loose, like, what? That's not even good evidence. Ugh. Whatever, okay. Thank you, counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty, against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue. I swear, prosecutors are so in... What is it? Have advantage over me. We did it! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. I know. We always win this. I'll get back to see you in an hour if you're still on. Oh, thanks for coming, Senor. A waxwork with a despicable professor. Used as the body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I still don't. Whatever. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. Wait, is that the end? It's the waxwork of the professor that links Dr. Drebber and Dr. Sith. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir. By using evidence and testimony. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. Oh, Dr. Two Spells. Or Madame Two Spells. The owner? Madame Two Spells. Why am I surprised? I really thought that Lord Banzix would object to this whole line of inquiry. He said tsundere. He wants the truth to be uncovered as well. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Two Spells to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Already? You could just be like, yo, girl, I need to summon you right now, court right now. Come within 30 minutes, please. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes. You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. He knows the truth then. Open the box for us all without me needing to do it. The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. Oh, she has 45 minutes to come to court. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Tsundere. Madame Two Spells. Yes, I shall see to it at once, my lord. I mean, I'm like in the midst of this height, and like, I want to continue. I'm gonna continue a bit longer. I want to finish this too. Okay, I'm gonna continue. Save. It's only been what? 2 hours. Continue. Today's gonna be extra long. One more. I can do one more. 24th October, 11:53 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendants Antechamber. I might eat some donuts on the way, by the way. I'm hungry. Oh, the knight errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Miss Holmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. Oh, he's finally shown up. He like barely said anything. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Oh, he's dead 10 years ago, but whatever. Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. Just coincidence? But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. Ha 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 ha! What happened to my sympathies? You laughing? As it turns out, Lord Van Zeeks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? Intimately. Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. Actually, wait, what did he say? His brother? Oh yeah, because the professor killed his brother. Yeah, okay. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. All of our cases are puzzling. Oh yes? In what particular matter? Well, there's Mr. Trevor, Dr. Sith, and Lord Van Zeeks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yeah. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Except you're the accused. But okay. Oh, also, have a nice day. 来てくれてありがとうございました。また遊びに来てね。Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Oh, excuse me, who? Who? I forgot her voice! Oh, a BGM. Dr. Sith! Whatever, just go with elegant girl voice. Dr. Corny Sith, nay, Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Holmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested a 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. Lol. He just blabbered. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. Ugh. I have a sense of smell, and like I cannot stand anything with large, like, smell. Ugh. The policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Sith. And I've accused you of being a complicit in what happened. Sorry about that, but you know I had to. I'm hoping you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Why? I'm flying to Japan. No, sorry. Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it, huh? What? Lord Strongheart, how is he related? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Oh yeah, they said the government covered it up. Which means we'll have to open it for trial to the public? But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. Cowardice? I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. Maybe it's one of those things where, like, you know he's like the murderer and you're like, we don't have enough evidence, but we definitely know 100% he's the murderer. Well, maybe not 100. Obviously 98%. And like, we're gonna fake some evidence to make sure he gets executed or something. Maybe. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. Ah, she mentioned it too. This Pandora's box. It's because the government's hiding it from the public. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you like it or not. What? Why don't you just tell me ahead of time, okay? So I can prepare my heart and my, mental state. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. Has it been 45 minutes already? I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. I know, you're seeing me suffering. Oh yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. I think that's obvious. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. And then we're gonna flash back to this moment sometime later. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good, I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. This is Holmes caramel, though. Sholmes caramel. What did that warning from Mr. Holmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. Tell me the truth! Why must you make me find it myself when you know the answer? You're so mean. Just tell me it. Tell me the answer. It's time for the final chapter then. Huh? You said this like one chapter ago. I'm determined to find the truth. That's what I said a chapter ago. No matter what. It sounds like to be continued, even though we just did that. 24th October, 12:40 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. I swear there's only one courtroom and one judge in all of England. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Will we finish this today? Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? Prosecution is ready, my lord. Yeah, it's been like 45 minutes. Yes, my lord. Defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. That happens every time, every trial. Like, what is it? Expect the unexpected at this point. As seems to be the fate of all trials in which Disney Ponies is involved, my lord. See, he agrees. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zieks. My lord. Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Two Spells? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Ma'am, they got here through such traffic really fast in 45 minutes. Very well. Bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Let's go! Bailiff, show Madame Two Spells to the stand! Things are about to become a lot more intense, like every time. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Sith. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link. Admittedly, yes it is. But at present, it's all we have to go on. Actually, no, it's not tenuous, but like, their reasoning was tenuous. Wait, is she legit just carving Holmes right now into like... Wait, you can't carve with one hand on the model while the other hand's holding the chisel? What? Wait, it's wax though, right? I guess it's not like a marble. So it doesn't really matter too much, I think. State your name and occupation for the court, please. I like her outfit so much. I love witch outfits. And it's a nice star too. It was elegant lady here too. Okay, whatever. I got the elegant lady voice. My name is Madame Esmeralda Two Spells. I'm a waxwork artisan. And the proprietress of the Madame Two Spells Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Ha ha ha. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? Fangirl. A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from the museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. Can you kidnap something that's not alive? Technically, isn't it just like stole? A waxwork model kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim? At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. O.D. Asman. Yeah, she should know what it looks like, right? The professor's face. But of course I know him well. He is a part of my odious personage exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Oh. What if you just carve the wax head again? You like chisel it to make it look similar. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? Yes. Oh, she has the key. Darn. She gave me the key like ages ago. I have the key. I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. Why? This is absurd. Wait, what? Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask, but clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. Wait, what? Oh, is it because for confidentiality they like cannot expose the face of the killer? Is that why it's in a mask and like it's probably just like either a random face or it's just no face at all? Indeed, the man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was similarly executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. Maybe he chiseled it. There's no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hand on the information. But if it looks exactly like the professor... Wait. There's only a few people who know about the professor. Everyone who was in that courtroom. And the coroner, Courtney, Dr. Sith. And if she was involved with Dr. Drebber, that means... Or Mr. Drebber, that means that she told him who the identity is. And then someone carved it, possibly, onto the face. So if there's a carved face of Professor on that model, that means either she... actually, that basically means she was involved with Drebber. Basically. Okay, got it. Or someone else leaked the information. One of the two. Okay. Oh, my theory. My hypothesis. Quel dommage. I don't know what that means in French. It would seem you are unaware of the two spells' principles. Oh, never mind. I guess the third one was she knows and she's the one that did it. What principles? Family Two Spells has always prided itself on sculpting its model a la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Two Spells waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. French Revolution. A member of the Two Spells family is said to have made a waxwork of the Queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the Queen's face was carved in the minutes. In the minutes? Following her death, actually at the guillotine site. Ew. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Two Spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Wait, does that mean they like dug the grave? That means they dug up the corpse to find the face after he died? What? Possibly? Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Grave robbing. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? But she said it's forbidden though. Oui, the true visage of the killer is there. It's ludicrous. Ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Two Spells special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You explain every detail of this macabre... what was it? Corpse? Model. In your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. The Professor Waxwork. A special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with Two Spells family principles, and enlisted the aid of the gravedigger. Yeah, I knew it, grave robbing. He created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. Lol. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. Did she just admit she did a crime? Grave digging is a crime, right? Wait, no, grave robbing is definitely a crime, I feel like. I don't know about grave digging though. I feel like it has to be. The grave digger? The man sanctioned this? I would do all that's necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family celebrated for. Wait. The man sanctioned it? Enlisted the aid of a gravedigger and created a mold. I mean, the man was okay with it, I guess. Because he's the one that digged it. Nobody else knew. Only the gravedigger. What harm did it do? Wait a minute. I don't have a picture with me, but there was in the waxwork, it was Mr. Drebber holding a shovel and a camera, which means the gravedigger was Mr. Drebber. Ha! And he's the one that stole the waxwork, which means he would have known what the professor looked like. Anyway. Wait, now there's a connection between her and the gravedigger and Drebber. Is that relevant though? I don't know. So you truly saw it? The face of that monster. Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Two Spells would not be Two Spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, Madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which a murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. Oh, thank you. Add it to the court record, please. Oh, see, Drebber. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. How did that? Wait, who took this picture? The guy himself is holding a camera. Who took this picture then? It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitnesses who saw it. Yeah, who? Who? What? Who? There's two people here then, at the very least. At least eyewitnesses. Oh wait, no, eyewitness. So one person extra with Drebber, his accomplice, which is most likely her. Wait a minute. Bottom right of the picture it says Osman, huh? Which means there's a link between Osman and Drebber, which we already knew, I guess. The fact that they're both probably grave digging at that time. Suspicious. There's no link to Courtney yet though, but okay. A 10-year article has been entered into the court record. Newspaper article recounting the tale of the eyewitness to the alleged resurrection of the professor from his grave on the night of his execution. Who was the... what was the grave? What's the zombie though? If that was a picture, that means there must have been someone there. Or he was actually not executed and like the coroner faked the professor's death. Is my other thing. Wait, can I open this? Oh, just looking at it. Mad sheep rampage! Unexplained phenomenon grips Oxfordshire. Locals reported most remarkable circumstances in which folded sheep were seized into a sudden fright and left something from field and pens. That's funny. Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal. This year, recipient of the Royal Society most prestigious award is Mr. Charles Darwin for his highly important contributions and researches in the fields of geology, zoology, and botanical physiology. Hey, it's Charles Darwin. A great stink. Oh, stinking smell from this thing. Man rises from the grave. The young man who was... The young man who... This magnifying glass is like super annoying. The next second, a gunshot rang out, and suddenly, from behind, the bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The youth then finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. Who took this picture then? Well, I mean, it's probably Osman, I guess. Suspicious. Okay. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I've reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days ago before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Sith, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. This is Osman! I noticed it already! But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Sith and Drebber were in on this crime together. I mean, the fact that he was alive, right? I mean, I guess that's not really solid evidence, so maybe someone was hiding in the grave. Rumor that shocked the society, yada yada, okay. And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget. Alright, I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my house of horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. Oh, flashback. Oh, scene. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab. I mean, they were legit grave digging. Wait, where was she during this incident? I thought she was hiding somewhere, waiting for the grave digger to like dig, and she's like, okay, let me see the face now. The young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. Ooh, who had the gun? The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once again. The scream finally found its way in the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. Who had the gun then? There's 3 people then, if you hear a gunshot from behind you. The corpse climbed out of his own grave? Maybe he was actually supposed... wait, I think I have it. I don't know how, but they like... He actually didn't... The professor didn't actually get executed. And he was waiting in the grave, and he... the coroner faked his, coroner, like, autopsy, essentially. Being like, yeah, he died, yep. But it turns out he was actually alive, and she's like, okay, just wait here, and at night, climb out of the grave when no one's here, and just escape. Because no one usually does grave digging or grave robbing. But it turns out 2 spells hired Drebber, and whoever this Osman guy is, probably, to do this deed. And the timing just coincidentally, it happened to be that night, because they needed that night, right? Before it decayed, I guess, too much. And that guy also wanted to leave. And so that's what happened during this moment. Okay, that's my theory now. And then somebody shot him? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But where was she, though? But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story, except there was a photograph. Good people of London, they love stories like this. That's why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But was it just a story? You have legit solid picture evidence. Unless it's like a portrait or something. Someone drew it. I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? The special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, content of the article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame, might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth. Well, it depends on the rumor. I could legit spit a random rumor about some random person. I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? I know, right? It might have not been. It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? Well, yeah, unless he wasn't dead. 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery. I know, right? After the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging. It was by hanging. I thought it was like a... For some reason, I thought of a guillotine for some reason. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. Unless you are involved. Also. You're also accomplice. I see. Oh, thank you, BGM. It's been a while, BGM. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. But then who was the guy then? That came out of the grave? Is that true of every waxwork in your museum then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What? What do you mean by letters? What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me, huh? Umsa. Is that what criminals think? Like, oh, I don't want my... When I die, I want to be remembered in this waxwork museum, but okay. No. My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even. Wow. After death. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. I guess you have to, like, submerge their face into some kind of mold and make it wax from that mold or something. There are no exceptions to the principles of two spells. Wait, this part. The grave thing. Surely that's illegal, isn't it? No. It would seem the proprietor of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record his history. It is a raison d'etre, the reason to be, of the Two Spells Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. How'd you know where its grave was, too? I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor. Show it to us! Do you realize what you're saying? The Professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. What, someone's gonna like break open the lock? Of course it will, as will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the Professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactement. I myself until you gave... Yeah, this part. Where were you? Where were you? You were there longer than you expected to be? Were you not where the photo was taking place, too? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. He had a mask on, too? Like the Professor himself? I thought, you know, when he's dead, you just, like, throw the corpse into the grave and just leave it. Okay. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. I thought you said right after, almost. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly. I don't know if I need to know this. I thought it's rigor mortis, but maybe that's before. Maybe that's like pretty after. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? Yeah, what were you doing? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Until there was court for like maybe hours. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? Rigor mortis! When the body stiffens! I learned from Conan. It's because of rigor mortis, see? I told you. Rigor mortis. It's a name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. I didn't know the 10 hours thing though. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Makes sense. Well, that was an education. If a slightly scary one. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it's very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about the information the court just heard from Madame Mispels. Insignificant! Just click insignificant. Regardless. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. When was the photo taken then? I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. This is no time for your jokes, Mrs. Otto. Meanwhile, Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Yes, sir. What was that again? Very true? Took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. I mean, if it's rigor mortis, then obviously it's not going to be moving. When was that taken, though? We're talking about a professor, right? Death by hanging confirmed at midnight. Death by hanging. Confirmed at midnight. Midnight. Can you open the lock for me? What about this thing? I don't think it's related yet. Oh wait. Anything else here? Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse became stiff after death? I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death. Is that right? Or are we just repeating everything? Oui, c'est ça. Of course, exact duration depends little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject. No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science. I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like. Huh? I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Everyone dies in our court. I mean, before our court, basically, but okay. Oh dear, I'll do my very best. As dawn approaches, I was very worried that could be discovered. You say that dawn was approaching? What was the time of day then? Approximately. Wait, it's a death by hanging, midnight, right? Which means I think that'd be significant. Well, I could not say, but when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. So like 4, 5, 6? Execution took place on 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Thank you for this information. Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. Wow, that's early. That really is early. The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. Half hour? Which means you were there from like around 4 p.m.? 4 a.m.? It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Holmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now too? Well, he was exactly the same as before. You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame. I wonder, is what she said particularly significant. Sure. Yes, it is. Everything's significant. Madame, those details of how long it took you to complete the sculpture in early sunrise. Could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant. Yes, I think so too. Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right. You're quite right, Mr. Nanhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? Oh, actually. I actually don't remember if it... I think daylight sometimes in the summer is like that early. That's not what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madame. With pleasure, my lord. Okay. What does interred mean? Let me look up the definition. Interred. I think it's important. Meaning. Place a corpse in a grave or tomb. Okay, so she buried it back is what she's saying. Okay. In that case, Ah, darn it, I clicked it. So that's all I have to go on. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? For some reason, Dr. Sith went along with Gerber's plan. Yep, he did. Wait. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings, and the trial will be over. I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Van Zeeks than anyone, cause his brother's killer. That's the impression I'm getting anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Okay, so time to figure out. Shock Society. I think it's a time for sure. Oh, maybe. Okay, wait. Maybe she got them to dig it. While they were digging. Okay, wait. So timeline order is the body is buried. She hired them. He goes and digs it up. It's like and with Asman because Asman's right here. And then they dig it up and like the corpse. And then they ran away. And then she's like, is the coast clear? Is it time for me? And she goes and like, oh, corpse is right there. Let me take a mold of it. I think. I don't, because it has to happen on the same night, right? Dead of night. Dead of night. Midnight. Wait! If he's death by hanging at midnight, is he immediately buried? That's very little time between buried and like taking a mold of it though. Get a mold just before the interment. What's the interment? Okay, wait, let me look up no definitions. And definition. Interment. It says bury of a corpse in a grave. Typically funeral rites. Wait, that's the same thing as inter. Oh. So it's not buried yet? It's just like, I'm very confused. How is... It's like partly buried, but it's not buried yet? But you get to get the grave digger, right? It'll be a long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. So, wait a minute. Okay, death by hanging is at 12 a.m. Because they said here. Oh, assuming this is true, obviously. Confirm at midnight. And then, like, they're like, okay, he's hanged. Put him in the grave. Oh, I put him in. And let's leave him overnight or something. And then it took her some time here. So she waited for like 3 hours after that. So at that time, it's like, what? Let's say they immediately buried the guy or like put them in the grave. That's 3 a.m. And that's when she did the mold. And then she left. She finished in half an hour before sunrise, which means she did her work at like 4 a.m., which means between 3 a.m. or no, there's like 1 hour that's not accounted for here. Huh. Did you press for the rigor mortis statement? Yes, I did. I did. Thank you though, but yes, I did. Let's save. It's definitely the time thing, because they're like, you sure it's important? I press it pretty much. Yeah, it's definitely the time. It's just which one are they referring to? Night of his execution. He got executed midnight. Maybe. Maybe it's that 1 hour. Wait. Wait, let me. No. Rigor mortis. I don't know. Asma's name was there too. I enlisted an aid of a gravedigger and created a mold for the head just before the interment. What time was this? Let me see if she says anything else. Nope, never mind. It was before. Nothing to do with greed. Yada yada. Yada yada. Yada, no one knows identity. Nope, we found it. Yep. Do you know what you're doing? It's a national secret. How dare you? Yep, but I did it. Yep, because, you know, part of our principles. My family must do this. Okay, wait. On the night of section. I feel like it's correct. It's just like, which sentence do they want me to press it on or present evidence on? I think it's this one. Half an hour. Let me press this again. Let me press it again. Yep, becomes stiff after death. Starts at the jaw about 3 hours. Wait! It starts at the jaw. Wait. It's stiff after death, right? Which means after 3 hours. It should have been stiff until 10 hours. But when she was there, the jaw was loose, which means it's not rigor mortis, which means it's either before rigor mortis or after rigor mortis, which means it's either before 3 hours before his death at that time, or it's after 10 hours, which is weird because if the execution was, if he died at 12 a.m. exactly, plus or minus like, who knows, like 30 minutes or something, if he died at that time and she waited for the rigor mortis, like she waited 3 hours, that means that it's contradictory. I found it. Okay, got it. Which means, if we assume that what she's saying is true, then that death by hanging at 12 midnight is false. Okay. Which means... I think it's this one. Yeah, I think it's this one. Did I save yet? I'm saving. It's the one. It's definitely this one. Rigor mortis and midnight. Yeah! Done. Madame, 2 spells. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradicts one another. What? Actually, did she not think it was weird? She's like, hey, I waited 3 hours for this rigor mortis thing to be stiffened. And I'm like, wait, what the heck? The jaw is loose. What the heck? Did she not like be like, what the heck? It shouldn't be like this. But okay, sure. Yeah, she didn't like. She's like, whatever. I just want to do this before sunbreak or daybreak because I will be, you know, convicted as a felony. Or like felonist fella convicted for felony. I was like, what is the human term for felony? But okay. Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Two Spells was creating her wax impression just before dawn, and at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame? Maybe she didn't know. No, she must have known. She legit waited for rigor mortis, man. You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time.
Or the opposite.
But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sith's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight 17th of June.
No.
If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in.
You said you waited to.
Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff.
You'd think with her experience with the corpses and stuff that she would have known. Okay. In other words, this report is wrong, if you are to believe. One of the two is wrong. No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. Until you think of the fact that she was, you know, falsifying records. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion, or two. One of them are lying. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Wait, what? No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. Didn't take place as seen. Isn't that the same thing? Isn't it exactly the same thing? What? Wait. Impossible. Okay, wait. Let me look back at the history. Order. Counsel, this is beyond folly. Okay, wait. No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. And then your response to that is, execution didn't take place at the same time, but the coroner wrote death by hanging at midnight. Does that mean she didn't observe the fact that he died by hanging? And she's like, oh, well, they said he died by hanging at midnight. Like, okay, I'll just write that down. But then, wouldn't that be a mistake? You have to... That's what they're saying, right? They're saying someone told her that was death by hanging and then at midnight. And she's like, okay, I write down. Okay, whatever. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Sith, but also implicate the members of staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck, extraordinary! Not in my day. Igiyari. My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The fact that Madame Tuspels could have been lying. The professor died that night. Without question.
He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands.
I couldn't see the rest of it. Yes, the professor died that night, but not at the time we think. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case?
It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link.
Wait, what do you mean? Wait, I haven't come up with a theory yet. It's a different guy? Okay. Maybe he died somewhere else, and then he's like, and then they're like, yeah, we're gonna hang him, and then they drag this corpse over to the rope to hang him. You know, drag. I don't know yet. Between Dr. Sith, the professor, and that one other person of interest. That's okay. I'll probably figure it out in like 30 seconds. I have evidence to explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. I do. Council, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. Save. Ah, Atsui, it's so... Is the word hot? I forget the word. Atsui is all I remember in Japanese. Give me a second. Wait. He didn't die at the gallows? What if he didn't die? Are you insane? What did happen? The link between Dr. Sith, the professor, and that one other person of interest. Dr. Sith? Oh, Asman. Asman was there. Asman was definitely there. How is he related though? Is that what I'm trying to... I know this part. Also, is that a mask on him? Or is that the helmet? I think it's the helmet.
Well, I mean... Wait, I'm still thinking. Anyway, so here, no spoiler, no spoilers. I like suffering my way through riddles. To die, they died at Chalice. Chalice. They didn't have the wax thing yet, right? I still find the timeline kind of weird between two spells and whatnot. I don't think she's related because she wouldn't have need to report that it was missing. This stain is also kind of weird though. It really happened on the night of the professor's execution. What really happened? Photo. What really happened? I'm thinking that she lied about this. Maybe it was a different person. Maybe the corpse itself was even like a completely different person. Because they don't know the identity, right? Neither do Two Spells. She's like, oh, this is the person in question? Okay, let's take the face of this random guy that I assume is the professor, because no one knows anyway. This is unrelated. Unrelated. Wait, I'm still thinking. I'm still thinking. I'm still thinking. What happened on the night? What else could have happened? This contract's unrelated. I like how the contract was only because there was a what was it? The thing here. The signature. I know it's Osman. How is he related? What is Osman? Just an engineer guy? No, you know, he's an investor. Well, my first hypothesis still is that she lied about the death by hanging. I'm tearing my hair out. Don't tell me! She lied about the hanging. Why did she lie? I still think, what if it actually was just Lord Van Zeek's brother's corpse that they used for the hanging, and the professor actually still alive? Because no one saw what happened. Well, time to guess. Darn it. That wasn't it. Before continuing the execution, I would strongly advise the defense to concentrate on what is happening right now in this quarter. What? Quite. The next time you present such a nonsensical article, counsel, you find tonight is the night of your own execution. Huh? You can't why would you execute me for accidentally putting the wrong evidence forward? That's too much. Present evidence to explain what really happened on the night of the... Well, my other thing was just this article. Fine, let me look at this article. What happened? Wait, what if... Wait, I can't be this, right? What if they executed the brother or something? Who knows? No. What if the fake hanging was actually the brother, for example, of Van Zeek's or something, and then Courtney like switched out? Wait, why would they need to do that though? I was like, maybe the real professor was hiding somewhere and he was hiding actually in the grave or something, and then he came out of the grave and then Courtney switched the corpse back in, or Asman, who knows, switched like the brother's corpse back in, and Two Spells came and she's like, oh, this corpse, yeah, that's definitely... That can't be, yeah, that sounds too far-fetched. Oh, that's the only thing else I can think of to present to the court. Or this one. There's blood on this, but how is this related? Maybe looking at this will give me some clues. Like this camera thing is open. He must have taken a picture, right? And this guy Asman here obviously took a picture too. He's wearing a shovel. He's a gravedigger. Wait. Wait, did we not establish the fact that Drebber actually is a gravedigger yet? Did I just say it, but I just never established it? But why would they just take this picture though? Whatever, it's the only thing I have. Oh. What happened that night? It's written very plainly in this newspaper article. I didn't forget who was in the photo. Yeah, I forgot. No, and I remembered, but I forgot if we established that fact yet. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave, and was killed again. Oh yeah, that's very true. That's true. Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor. Published by the gutter press. Not when you have a photograph. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? Point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word. Yes, indeed. May we? The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night. Well, that's two of them, technically. Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him. Lao. I guess we didn't talk about this yet. I just talked about it in my mind. On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. How did they all not notice? It was so obvious, I thought we all knew already. Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. Maybe then Drebber killed Asman because Asman was a witness in the professor thing. In fact, you could say he's right here before my very eyes. You substantiate your claim now, latest claim now, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago? Lol. Are they blind? Maybe it's because he has black hair, though. The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber? The previous witness. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Dun dun dun. That I thought we all knew already, but okay. All back. Oh, welcome back. Tidy. Order, order, order. Surely not, counsel. Drebber was there in Lowgate Cemetery? How does she not know? That's what I want to know. Like, she's like, hey, I'm posting an ad, someone grave dig, and I'll send you some money to your account once you call me. It's not like, we met up, you? Yeah, you the guy? Okay, yeah, dig this grave for me. Or something, but okay. What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? I guess she didn't hear anything. Of course, Madame Tuspel doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No! But that would mean... Madame Tuspel, it would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber. He's the guy who stole the waxwork. Me, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? There's some other past now? What? Oh my! Good gracious! Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, yes, of course. Flashback time, number 2. Story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago. Oh, that's it? Oh, it's about that? When she made the waxwork, I hope she knew the name of one of her models. That's very true. She had to ask for permission to take his face, right? It was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. You mean the one I saw? The Daily Circus is in the paper from which comes the article I've already shown the court.
Duh. We all saw it.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Although, confidentiality probably shouldn't have published that, technically.
A disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable.
Dude, I thought I would have known. Wait, wasn't that written here?
Oh, it doesn't say here.
Oh, it does say here. It's on the left side, Mr. Enoch Drebber.
When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in a cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
This is Mr. Drebber's fateful encounter, or dreadful encounter. It just has a name there. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
BGM, please.
BGM. It's so silent. So silent.
So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed.
A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote, and that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today, even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago when the birdcage crashed into the crystal tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Osman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Sith, would have noticed immediately. That's what I wanted to say, like 2 hours ago, okay? They would have noticed. We already admitted this fact. We already found evidence on us. And yet, when she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier, why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying?
Wait, what? As in it threatened? They threatened her with that? It's like a warning? Because she knew the truth?
Dr. Sith put her name onto a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect.
Okay.
Still complex though. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double.
I didn't necessarily. Unless he sent her a message, then maybe.
My lord, this court must summon Dr. Sith to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. Ugh. But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Sith is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
Well, not until we got evidence that she is accomplice now.
She told us so herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart? Why do we need a flashback? This was like 1 hour ago.
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks.
Your brother's coward. It was a lie.
The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice Office. I don't care.
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me.
He's like, me.
I'm the biggest person in this trial. Yes.
Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sith both take the stand together.
Ah, the forbidden love between them. Forbidden couple, love couple.
Order, order, order. Very well. I will uphold your request.
Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect, addressed to Dr. Sith of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Who's Her Majesty? Very confused, but okay.
Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sith.
If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The Queen. Oh. The Queen. I guess you can use the Queen's name just like that, but okay. Saying the Queen's not here, obviously. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. I said that an hour ago too. Oh. I legit thought that was a floating head of Sherlock just now.
Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Sith. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zieks. You've completely betrayed the greed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal's not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt.
All court trials are conducted under the things of the Queen. Ah, okay, okay. Then that makes sense. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Sith, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is a belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence. We do have a very significant clue.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. Yeah, the fact that it was there and you didn't mention it means you are legit complicit in the crime. Like, conclusive. Assuming, of course, that you were the one that was on the scene. This model of the killer is shown as a professor who was sentenced to death 10 years ago.
You don't need to tell me. I witnessed a man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead.
That remains to be seen.
Is that so?
According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life.
Don't waste my time.
And the sole witness to that mysterious event
was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it?
I mean, it's legit his picture in there, but... If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Sith's. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Did you blackmail her? Mr. Drebber, tell the court! Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. I mean, I guess the fact that he was there is truth, therefore he has to say a story. Whether it's...
So you're a student who saw it. You can't see the resemblance, actually. Can't you? With the man in Damn Two Spells, I mean.
No one knew this before. Sure, he's not going to claim that that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years.
He was a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me.
Oh wait, wrong voice. What an interesting... what was it? Robotic, right? What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. I know, very sad. Yet now, here we are 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law too. No one believed you. You know, there was photographic evidence. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. Her name's gonna go dragged in the mud, but she can't say anything new.
Well, he's probably gonna lie. We all knew. We all know that. So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Logate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. Witness testimony! In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Logate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say, with a shovel? With a shovel? Wait, wouldn't two spells be like, yeah, he was a gravedigger? Does she not know? I'm so confused, man. What she does or does not know. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. I guess she didn't know. She just hired someone off like Craigslist or something. Be like, Craigslist, I want someone to dig this grave at this time until this time. Message me at this number when you're done. And I'll pay you money. Like through, I don't know, bank transfer or something. Or mail or something. And then, so she never saw the guy. And then after she's like, oh, that was, yeah, my grave digger. Oops. You were the one who saw the thing and I want to sculpt of you now, I guess. I don't remember, I guess, as to why he was actually there. We'll see, yeah. I have a guess. Okay, yeah, no, don't tell. But thanks. Wait, he gave up dream to become a scientist, except what? What do you say? Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Oh. And then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. But you got the reward. Oh wait, that means that trophy wasn't yours then. Why did you need to say that? Unless, I guess you didn't know we have a trophy. It says, scientific award. Award thing. Of course, you have to have a screw loose if you believe a corpse could come back from the dead. What? So you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes. Ugh. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Sith would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. That's what I think. We'll say, but I will say if I was right after it's revealed. Okay, yeah. Tell me witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? Yeah, you were grave digging. But did multiple newspapers report the story? I thought that was the only one that just happened to include his name. Yeah, it did. But I guess he's saying everything. All the rumors are fake is probably what he's trying to say. He's like, yeah, I said the whole thing, but like, I was lying, or like, they exaggerated or something. Who knows? That's right, grave robbing to be precise. He admits he was grave robbing. Oh, he had a shovel though. As you know, Logate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. So you're saying you didn't do it for 2 spells? Grave robbing, you say? Yes. Exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead, because that's also a crime. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the repurposers. It better not be like the selling organ thing. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I know, you try not to like put those information out. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration? Where's the article? It was an illustration then. Maybe they didn't have cameras back then. The timeline. Yes, that was a reporter who exposed me.
He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Wait! That means there's only one witness that night then. And the reporter is Asman then. Okay, if that wasn't a picture and that was a reporter, or sorry, that was just a story that he drew and it's a portrait, that means there's only one person that night. Okay. He was carrying camera. He was carrying camera. That's why I thought there'd be a second person. I thought that would be another picture, but whatever. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish. That's what he's saying. Well, counsel for defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. At once, my lord. Right. Okay. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. Okay. And then what I need to do now is mata everything. Mata! By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? That's a nice euphemism. Moonlighting. Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. His appearance? I don't know. Is this a grave robber appearance outfit? Do grave robbers need a camera? Why was he holding a camera? That is a great question that I'm wondering right now. The lantern and spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. Yeah, that's what I thought. Organs. Any major hospital. A hospital! In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. Oh, I thought it'd be transplant organs, but okay, that works too. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. Wow! That's some nice way to, like, what is it? Hey, student loans? Let's grave robbing some dead bodies and sell it to hospitals. That's a new way of earning money as a student. So we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. Somewhat ethical, somewhat, just a bit. Or not completely unethical, to be more accurate. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. We realized body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Grave robbing was extremely common in that era. Ugh. Professor Harebrain said exactly the same. Wait, actually, let me get some water first. Okay, I refilled my tea. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior. Well, if you want to know why I was at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. Illustration was based on what I witnessed that night. Who drew it? The strange thing happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny.
Not entirely. I'm to fetch the police at the time. You know, I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself.
So you went to the papers instead?
I started big with the London news, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets.
And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name, so I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration? Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor, because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then? Well, thinking back, I realized I never actually saw the professor at all. What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned amongst us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Just like maybe I saw a ghost? For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I seen in my mind's eye. It was all part of my imagination. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, he was actually alive and there was a live person inside the grave at the time. You have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night? I guess not. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? Huh? If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo, I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. Point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Do I have it? I remember this one and tripped my friends and I bad. Okay. I'm looking forward to it then. Okay, let's just do Makta for everything for now. That young woman being Madame Tu's spells, of course. Precisely. I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. Well, you kind of stole her wax work, but okay. As I've explained, I went by the name published in the article, and comme ça, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui. I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. Is it the camera? It's probably the camera. It's the camera. It's the camera. I'm calling it now. Didn't I? Did I not? I think it's that French. N'est-ce pas? N'est-ce pas? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam? It's the camera! I knew it! This camera. Ah. Oh, yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. Why? In case something happens? But you didn't take a picture? You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. That's like legit evidence. Like, hey, if I ever get caught, here's some evidence showing exactly what I did. But I had no intention of ever visiting the graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. And I guess he forgot he took a picture of the professor, and it's gonna be professor's face showing up, and then you'd be like, oh my god, it's actually him, and I mean, you actually saw him then. Okay, I'm calling it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of a set of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the two spells way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to locate cemetery on the night in question.
How convenient for us.
Yes, interesting.
Needs information for the hospitals? This person was 30 years old when they died or something. Who knows? Wait, what was the camera entered? Oh, wait, give me a second. Present. Oh, okay, they just edit the name. Okay. You're not a scientist?
This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus?
Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result.
Mon Dieu, I had no idea.
And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. Con man. Scammer. You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology, and use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Which is fact, and has already been proved. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? I feel like court of law would be so much easier if you trick someone into saying something, and then and they reveal it when they shouldn't have known or something, and then it'd be so much easier. It's like, oh, I didn't say this was the thing. How did you know? Unless you were the criminal. Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. No comment. What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? Because if it's gone, then he's... Yeah, his circumstances would change. He's not the culprit. I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. Duh. What circumstances? The fact that he would be a murderer otherwise. Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it would expose a secret in Dr. Sid's past that she would desperately want to hide. And if you dig that up, she's gonna not protect you anymore. Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Sith are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. Exactly. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. The camera! Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. Except the camera doesn't have any photo inside. I wonder where it could be. Yes, Mr. Nanheldo, exactly. Grave digging. I guess Asmon's not related to this. I need to prove that he saw the professor's face, right? The camera. It has to be the camera. Like, maybe it extends much longer, and then like. Actually, what is the blood? If it's from that night, he got blood on himself. Whose blood is this? I think that's it, significant. Whose blood is this? If it's the professor, that means... Well, I mean, I guess it doesn't mean you saw his face, though. It just means that you got someone's blood. There's nothing in the camera, right? No photo. Photographic plate. I think that's right. Wait, what? Why aren't they letting me skip this? Oh, there's a new documentary. Isn't it incredible to think that this is the actual camera Mr. Drebber used that night?
I certainly never imagined a piece of evidence would be on display in Madame Tustelle's. She's very keen on everything being as true to life as possible, though, isn't she? Wait, that's it. I don't think there's anything else I missed. It has to be the blood. Oh, that and this one. Wait, what about this one? Was found. Young scientist. Maybe it's this one. Wait, let me say. At the very least, that's contradictory. Even though it's not related to the fact that whether he saw the professor's face or not. That's part. Wait, let me try. Darn it. That is odd, though. Would you care to mull over precisely what you find odd about it on your return journey to Japan? He's telling me to get out. Wouldn't be back to give the court an answer for about 4 months, though. Rest assured, we should be happy to carry proceedings forward in your absence, Counsel. Copies of newspaper article. Visit anyone who has spoken model me from wax. That's not contradictory. The Asman thing, though, does bother me. This camera. It has to be the camera, obviously. Wait, what about the blood? Okay, let's show the blood. Which one would it be from? Never actually saw the professor. You were close enough to... There was blood, though. Darn it. Darn it. There was blood, though. Whose blood is it? I want it investigated. Illustration was based on what I witnessed that night. Wait, what about the camera? Doesn't prove he was there. But he... No. We already proved he was there. He said he was there. It doesn't prove that he saw the professor, which is very true. What I witnessed that night. Why didn't you take a picture camera? You have a camera. You have a camera. Why don't you use your camera? Oh, no problem. This is getting confusing. It's all good. It's all good. People get confused when there's so many evidence. Doesn't prove he saw. Yeah, I was hoping it'd be like lead us to that, but what about this head? Wait. If this article legit is this a helmet? It looks like it's a helmet. There's like 3 dots here, or 4 dots. What does the helmet look like? Oh, never mind. Oh yeah, okay. He didn't... Wait, does it even matter what he looks like underneath? As long as it has his helmet? Some people are like, oh, it's the professor. Because no one knows what he looks like, right? So like... Wouldn't this itself, and the fact that in the paper it shows like the dots here, be proof that he saw the professor? Like the masked professor still? I feel like this kind of works. Let me try that. The newspaper. I was correct. I think. Sorry, Mr. Trevor, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Not the actual face, but the mask. Dun-dun-dun! Oh dear, we seem to be at odds, but I was there and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed, did you not? Let's look at this picture now. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. I did notice that detail though, in the beginning. Past Lillin was good. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. Why don't y'all tell me this beforehand? It wasn't to be removed even during his execution, in subsequent burial. Wait! If you put this mask on the wrong guy, and you like cover his mouth. Like let's say you like put a gag in his mouth. And like let's say it was his brother, right? No one would know it's actually the professor that's being hanged or like someone else. Unless he like speaks or something. I don't know. Okay. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. That means no one knows it was actually him, huh? Obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, or someone told you about it, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in the illustration. Dun dun dun! Take that! Order, order! Well, Mr. Drebber. There's like no point to all his gears, I swear. It's a vile scene, isn't it, if you look closely. I like his BGM a lot. Like the xylophone? I don't know. The dun 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 thing. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. Huh? What kind of BS is coming up with now? You're still saying you didn't see it? Huh? You can't say that when there's a mask on the thing. It looks exactly like the mask. If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Yeah, Van6! We're on the same side! Of course, only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. I know. What loophole have you found now? Or excuse? What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. I don't know what he's trying to say. What? A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Was this a Craigslist for like 50 people? I want 50 people grave robbing with the first person who gets me the corpse dug up, gets my money or something. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. I did think about that. I was like, maybe it's a different person coming out of the grave. But the mask is still there. The mask is still there though. Which looks really similar to the one that they have on the actual corpse. So that's a terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself? Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Huh? What are metal masks? I don't buy this. Give me proof. What metal masks do they usually wear? If you saying that, you better have proof of that. Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say? Yeah, give me evidence. But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. Yeah, who was that? There is definitely a second? Well, other than the corpse and whoever's coming out of the corpse as grave, there's Enoch Drebber and there's a third person because of the gunshot. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work perhaps and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Ugh, yes, well. Oh, I don't think anyone knows in the middle of the night, really. Oh! I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. Nazekashiro? Nazekashiro? Why? I wonder why. Was the execution public by chance? The fact that he was able to mention a mask? Yeah. It was not. They mentioned it wasn't. No one should have known about the mask. So the masks look exactly like the executed masks, and it's obviously not being sold anywhere else for like fashion accessory. Then he definitely saw it. Anyway, she said something. Oh. Madame Two Spells! Don't take it out on Mr. Holmes. Oh, was she like destroying him? Oh, la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. Dun dun dun. I know, she was legit there. She was there, right? She had to have been there to, like, get the corpse. If you don't mind me saying, Madame, what are you talking about? I think the accents of the English dub, to be honest. Oh, I wonder how it is. I wish they, like... Never mind, I wish. I want to wait for, like, eventually when they animate it. I want to watch the whole thing. Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know. Huh? You can't silence someone in court. I don't care, Trevor. That's no way to speak to a lady. Oh, that part. I thought the fact that you just told someone to, like, shut up when they're in court. But okay. Please, Madame Two Spells, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. We found it, the blood. Wait! We could do a blood test! If that actually was not the professor's blood, then we know that actually wasn't him. Okay. Enough, shut up, women. You're making all this up. That will do. Mr. Drebber. Yes. You refute the account just given by Madame Two Spells? Oh, he's like, yes, but there's blood. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. I mean... Do you expect me to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. I know you can't do that. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify position on this witness. You say he doesn't remember, but he has blood on the camera. Which means she's telling more of the truth than he is. Therefore, her claim is more truthful. Very well. If you asked me about a conversation 10 years ago, I'll be very likely to forget it too. You asked me about my conversation 1 week ago and I'd be like, what? What? I hope they like... never mind, I guess not. I was like, maybe they should have like recorded it somewhere. Like tape recording. Yeah, how do they have good memory? There's no gunshot from me behind, nor any splattering of blood. Okay, we don't need to mata for this. Blood. Yaddy. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is a camera from that fateful night. I stole it from your museum. Sorry. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely by stealing it. We noticed that the lens extends forwards on the end of some bellows. Like this. Oh, Mata from his side. What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Dun 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 dun. Ugh. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Sith? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. Darn it, they don't have blood tests yet. Here. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Two Spells' testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Oh my god, he really did it, says everyone in the audience. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. I agree with that. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night. But why? Why would he want to do that? Hey dude, you catch on more quickly than Yunosuke does. I'm pretty sure you know by now. Oh, maybe you're trying to lead me to the truth to make me spell it out for everyone. Yeah, that's why. Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? His acting's really good, if he does know the truth. Mr. Driver is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone? Yes, my lord, and clearly. It's someone who does not want the truth about the professors coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect? Who is the witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? Dun, 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 dun. The obvious answer is Dr. Sith. Sith. What? Whatever do you mean? Well, if I'm exposed, I'm gonna expose everyone as well. Take y'all down with me. Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. I wonder if she was the one that shot the guy then. I don't know. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor. There would be an unprecedented scandal. Oh, he's like, no, I don't believe it. I trust in her. She is my lover. No, I was kidding. This is beyond a joke. Need to point out that the dead cannot come back to life. What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Maybe they hanged him. He's like, oh yeah, he looks dead. Okay, yeah, put him in. And he's like, almost dead, but not dead yet. Oh, I'm alive now at night. Let me get out of my grave. Maybe that's what happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain. Maybe he was her lover. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. Dun, dun, dun. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Sith would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean... I mean that Dr. Sith wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with a waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Ah! Oh, I thought he was gonna throw that. He has enough, what's the word? Composure to get some wine out? Lord Fantiques! Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies right now. Like your foot. Goodness me! It's just a sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest. Yeah, who did it, right? Who pulled the trigger? And disposed of him forever? That's what I don't know. Well, I have no idea at the moment. I wish Apprentice did too, I know, right? I was like, you just could sit there while like that glass shattered and everything, but okay. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. Hey, give him a glass.
The Old Bailey has no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Consider what? Do you realize just what dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Everyone's gonna hate me now. Oh well. Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research would warrant it. To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Osman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death resulted in me receiving not a single penny? Because money's not what you want though. The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim now. I think he wrote the contract on purpose, for sure. There is a contract, that's very true. It's that image! It says his name! He knows the truth! He must be killed! The motive for this case runs deep though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Osman's life would have made no sense anyway. Exactly. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Osman. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. It's okay, I got it. I got it like 30 minutes ago. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with a charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? Ah! Wait! Wait! What happened to Kazuma? Wait, wasn't he here? Like 3 seconds ago? Did he just like... They just like dodge out of the way? What the... What? What? Oh, character growth, you're a learned friend now. Did he call me a learned friend? Oh man, we're close to being best buds now. One step closer. I know he dodged, didn't he? Wait, let me see. Oh darn it! They cut the scene. At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. All right. Who exactly was Mr. Osman to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. I kind of noticed it pretty fast. I'm gonna have to present two pieces of evidence to show what it is, huh? What's this one? Done. 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 Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes the motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Oh, what's this one first? It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. Obviously not. Y'all need a better, you need glasses. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Osman dead. What other evidence? Oh, okay, the contract that has a signature. Cancel, you present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed. This one! It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Osman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. Nah, that's fake. No, I'm afraid not. It's only if you don't have money in motive. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odi Osman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. Huh, sounds sarcastic somehow. Yeah, see? He is next to the light usually. Okay, let's see what happens again if he does it again. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Dun-dun-dun. Could I? What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. It sounds so dumb when you say it like that.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person.
What?
Hello? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. Oh wait, then he wasn't a witness, right? Wait, why do you want to kill him then? Okay, wait. My theory was that he was also a witness in the scene and then don't want, people to know about it, so that's why I killed him. But I guess it could be because he told the guy in such detail that he wants him killed. Because he knows the truth. Maybe. Okay, let's stick with that for now. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. Never changed for 10 years. I guess you don't change your signature that often. If you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Osman's signature at the bottom. Wow, it's an exact copy. Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case. Mr. Odi Asma. You'd think his name would be on like the newspaper article saying like written by blank blank blank. But okay. Ah! He said. But explain to the court why. Actually, I didn't figure that out. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asma? Because he knows the truth? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, assuming fresh course to sell is reasonably lucrative. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. Oh, because he hated the guy. Oh, that's easy. He ruined his life, didn't he? Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Why kill him now? Oh, wait, I guess because he wanted to kill him in the end anyway. Give up my dream of scientists. What about the trophy? At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. I bet he's saying, oh no, I actually forgot my dream, gave up on it, but I actually became a scientist. Here's my trophy as proof, or something. So Mr. Osman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Osman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article. Written by Mr. Osman. Enough! Wow, he got back his composure. Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. And he's like, but I didn't hate the man, right? But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research, but they struggled on with their hypothesis anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other. Wait, is that why he stole the trophy? Because that actually belonged to him, because the other guy stole his research or something? Possibly. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only select a few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it's hardly a wrench. Being forced out of university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me. That's not what your face is saying. Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who better's place to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. That's why he stole the trophy. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Who's Adam? Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent? The trophy in your room. The trophy. Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. You wanted to be a scientist so bad. I'm sad for him now. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. Oh, so it is his, then. He kept it there. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. Oh, I'm sad. We need more scientific geniuses in the world. They could cure cancer and all that. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life. It's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. Ha. The truth is... Finally, he's going to Fulton. No, he's not. We all know. Or is he? I hate the guy. Oh. Oh. It's probably the lady. Courtney. Because if he folds, she's in danger. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. Oh! Wait, what? She protecting him? They are lovers! She's like, I'm going down anyway, so I might as well just skip the part where he talks about his regrets and everything. Save him the pain and suffering and just take the fall by myself. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that I kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good lord! Ah! Dr. Sith, do you realize what you're saying, woman? Actually, I want to repeat that. Do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That night, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. I'm surprised it was intact, though. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. Oh, there was a letter in there. No wonder. I was like, how does she figure out from this thing that, you know, she's being blackmailed or whatever? It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. Lol, if she didn't notice then, that'd been GG for Trevor, but okay. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Sith, you will go along with my plan, from someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. BG, I'm sad. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. Oh, okay, no wonder. I was like, how did you figure out what to do? I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. Everything's corrupted. Corruption everywhere. I can only apologize now. GG, the whole judicial court. At least from 10 years ago. And partly now. Oh, I think she's gonna at the very least get fired. Or demoted. Why on earth would you buckle now? Because she likes you. Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? Well, she's gonna go take the fall anyway. Or she was gonna go down anyway. I would have done anything to stop it coming out. Even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. Exactly. But why she protect him, though? Sus? Their relationship is sus. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. I mean, at this point, I feel like he's... If he returned her feelings, he would fall with her, and they can both be in prison together. I don't know if you can actually be together, but whatever. Otherwise, if he's be like, oh, well, she said she did it. It wasn't me. I didn't know anything. I did something with blueprints. I think there was a trapdoor, but like, I wasn't the one that actually did the plot, and so I'm unrelated, is what I'm assuming. She did it all. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing at all. I knew it. What? Well, why is she protecting them? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. Ah! No, I guess not. She was the one that actually did the switching. His crossbow was at the thing though, unless he says that someone else stole it from him. Whatever this man says, I admit everything. Huh? Dude, they're lovers for sure. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zieks. Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. She's smiling. I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. Huh? Wait, what? Already? What? What happened? This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true. Wait, are we gonna have another trial? Very true. And it slipped my mind. I forgot about the guy. Isn't he one of your closest friends? Oh my god. As the court has heard, Dr. Sith has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. Does that mean that? I guess so. The fact that she switched it, the bodies, means that he didn't know his machine didn't work. I guess. And therefore, if he didn't know anything, he was not the one that did the murder. If she knew everything, that means she was complicit in the murder, which means someone else was obviously the murderer. Because she's saying she followed the guy, Drebber's plans. Which means Drebber or her are both in the wrong. It's one of the two. And it's not Harebrain. Okay, got it. Okay. You mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord. Wait, legit Kazuma in the background is like, or fake Kazuma in the background, like did nothing this whole trial except give him a scroll, and that's like basically it. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Nanhodo. You've proven Mr. Professor Harebrain's innocence. Yeah, thanks. Without further ado, then, adjudication, unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. He was there for emotional support. Van Zieks doesn't need emotional support. He's like, maybe okay. Actually, wait, I can see it. It's gonna be a thing where the final trial is not him because he's like out of commission or something, and it'll be he was here for like, you know, intern experience. Like, oh, this is how court works. Okay. And then final battle is between me and fake, possibly real Kazuma. I call it now. Okay, you're ruling? Okay, I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Sith suddenly admit to it like that? Because she likes the guy. Is everything alright, Mr. Naruto? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? Wait, is this going to extend even longer? What the defense should be pushing for now is... I mean... He already told me the answer. Iggyari! The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon. I object. We demand one final testimony. What? There's more, I'll say that much. Okay. To this trial? Just this one, right? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume? What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? I know, Van Zeeks has lost me like 5 times in a row now. No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. For truth! For justice! Mr. Naruto, what exactly are you thinking? The truth. The whole truth. In a way to bring it all out into the open. It's a Kona now. Really? Yes. In hindsight. Yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth. See, I knew they would flash back on this. Don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Why don't he just tell me? Just tell me. You don't need to go in riddles. Next 15-30 minutes will be interesting. Oh, okay. I'm sure Mr. Holmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Ha, then why didn't you tell me, dude? Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. That's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. Kazuma, I'm waiting for your reveal. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Sith. I mean, it's not going to harm the client. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Huh. In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. No, you didn't. You just said, yeah, I did. I did what you said. The whole truth has already been revealed. Stop wasting everyone's time. Lovers! You guys secret lovers. Ugh. As his lordship made very plain, your client won't get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination. Iggyari! Hit some poor guy in the audience. Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle I slipped. That's what you call it? Wait, he's said that many times, though. What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Well, he just wants to know about the truth behind his brother's murder, I assume. That was one heck of a slip. He does it all the time. It's not even a slip, it's intentional at that point. Anyone who doubts otherwise needs to get their eye checked. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. Best buds! Yo, what? Lord Van Zeeks. Oh wait, sorry. Lord Van Zeeks. This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Sith, you will now testify before the court. Explain the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Very well. Man, that place seemed like it was gonna end too. It's okay, last part, right? The waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. Experimentation stage. Okay. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. Actually, I just realized, is Two Spell still here on the right? The whole time? We don't need her anymore, but okay. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to address the scene appropriately, so everyone was in on it. I'm surprised no one, like, whistle blew and, like, corruption or something. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. I see. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared, you did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. What was this random adult woman feeling? So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. I mean, well, you just said that's all, but okay. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Sid's face. I know, like, y'all need a better poker face. Is the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony? What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? We all like Shiba Inus, man. I said we, but like, I'm on Inosuke's side at this point, so technically we. Very well. If you desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Okay, my lord. Last part. Began at a scene when I saw the waxwork and no tuck inside. Mata! From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea of who was behind it? There are very few people that know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it? I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse is bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that. So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model, where then was the victim's body. Sorry, moving a chair. Okay. The actual body victim, as indicated, was beneath the experimentation stage. So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower in the waxwork? I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to a specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Two Spells. That's what I thought too. I see, and then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage? Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. Oh, I was wondering, I was like, if you switched it, the cage should have switched too. I thought I made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. No, she's like, it's my fault too, but yeah. No, it's my team's fault. The body had to be arranged in certain ways. Okay, let me know. Okay, what's arranged? When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Wait, what about that? I never figured that out. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of, oh, to implicate the guy. Okay, to implicate Professor Harebrained, you had to like stab him. Be like, yeah, this guy stabbed him. Fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrained alone could have killed Asman. I like how it's like so vague. It's like, yeah, make something, concrete evidence. Not that you have any, but okay. Some people don't like this one. Okay. Let's see. So, you mean this was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. But everyone knew, but okay. Oh, flashback! There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. It's so void. Empty. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. Where's the blood on you then? Yeah. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the fall. The trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. I mean, he was still dead, I guess. What is it, Mrs. Sato? Something about Dr. Sith's last statement. It's playing on my mind. That's all. Huh? What? What about it? What? The trauma from the 30-foot drop. I don't know. Yes, mine too. Wait, not me. Noodleskin, not me. Dr. Sith. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? What I want her to- oh, darn it, I have to choose? Wait, let me check. Cause of death and what she did, right? I think it's what she did. Wait. Court record. The screwdriver is now involved. There's blood on it. The blood not splatter on her? That's what I'm thinking. Cause of death, you said, was not the fall then. Does that mean... that means that... wait. We established it, right? Where... actual cause of death. Okay. Okay. Actual cause of death was that one. Was there blood on this? I don't think so. Can I open this? I guess not. This is where she stabbed him. Considerable fall. Tree said that was wrong and that was a lie, so... there's no blood on this too. I guess I don't know if I have anything. Whatever. I'll just say it's one of the... we already know the real cause of death was... the cause, right? Of death, yeah. Fine, that's what you want, but there's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs. Does he need to say that? Like, it was gonna be added anyway, but okay. Very well. You'll supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord. Plunge a screwdriver into the chest. Whatever, let's check the rest of it. The entire team? In perverting the course of justice? My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. Except, you know, they were doing it to cover crime. Okay. You aid and abet a murder, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry? Chivalry. That's how I pronounce that right. It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. Our team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary.
Ugh.
Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruto. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. I'm the lawyer. I'll take that signs as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on? The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret. Mata! But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. I mean, it's already out. And your precious secret is out now anyway. I know, you might as well say it. Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility. Blow me down, Dr. Sith! Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't. I'd done my utmost, believe me. I mean, there was another way. Oh wait, no. If she knew the guy, she could have killed the guy instead. Anyway, that's a separate thing, but okay. Obviously it's another murder, but like so. In many ways, I respect your determination. Phew, I nearly froze into that cold stare as she said that. I do believe she was being genuine though, Mr. Naruto. So that's her story. She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruto? The truth is, I find it strange to— What? What? How those two are reacting to this in a completely opposite ways, I mean. That's true, she looks too confident. As if she's hiding something, and she succeeded in doing that. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. Their love affair, obviously. Saw the note. Actual body was beneath experimentation stage. Okay. Body had to be arranged. There's no ways to implement. Okay. We discussed that. Okay. And what it was? You slid over the victim's corpse. Wait, what if I do mata on this one? So it was you who stabbed Mr. Asman with this? Yes. Far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. Oh, thank you. Oh, there's more stuff. All I did was carry out the instructions I've been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. Now you're all insulting each other. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. Oh. Is that it? Oh, I'm talking. I want to talk with the blood. Lack of blood. The lack of blood. This was in the waxwork. I don't think that's related. Is this related? Probably not. I think this is also not related anymore. Although there's no blood here. You stood over the victim's corpse. Wait, can you even do that? Like, I'm imagining this, right? He was in here, right? And I'm like, you have to open it, right? Oh, I assume she opened it. And then she stabbed it. It's kind of difficult to stab while he's inside the thing, is it not? Unless she took it out of the cage. No, it says wear it late in the toppled cage. How is she? Like, I can understand if this was completely open. Like, only this part is open though, looks like. And she has to like, there's this much space between the body and her arm, and she has to like, that's not easy to stab. You have to like thrust it like a, I don't know, like fencing or something. Okay, let me save. I think I only have like 2 things left. Wait. Save. Everyone, save. Save. Okay. Also, I want to make soup later. Random. I'm gonna go with the cage. Darn it, that wasn't it. Otherwise, it'd just be the real cause of death. Is it falling down with a snap neck? I don't think there's anything here. No, this one's unrelated. This one's probably unrelated. Why was the head taken out anyway? Did it like fall? She switched it. Wait. Actual body of the victim is making notes. Instruction was beneath the experimentation stage, which does match what we said. It fell down here, and then she switched this with the one over here-ish. I assume it was. She plunged it in here though. Lack of blood bothers me. The waxwork fell from here. Head first down. Crashed into it. That's why there's shards in the waxwork. The head for some reason fell off. I don't know. She stabbed it here, and then she got her team to move it from here to here. The body, at least. The cage for some reason. No, wait. Yeah, the cage. Huh? Wait. The cage with the base broken was here. So she moved this. Oh, she moved the cage with the body here. She should have switched the cage too, but she forgot or whatever. Okay. They remember another couple things about this part, but not the order. That's okay. It's okay. Maybe the part is underneath. Okay, I think that checks out. No, inside its jacket. I mean, that's irrelevant, I think. This part, though, is this part and this part. It's which one, right? Essentially. I still don't heard a victim score. I still think it's really difficult to plunge it in when he's inside the cage. Wait, let me see. Wait, there's a picture this way. Wait a minute. If you plunged it in... Actually, I don't remember. Maybe it's because I don't remember last, like, 8 weeks ago. Why is the screwdriver still not in the wound? In that case. That bothers me. Let me try that. Oh, I was correct. Oh, I was correct, but I have 2 tries left, and like I don't want to. I don't want to do like keep it at 1, so I'm just gonna. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, where's the screwdriver? Wait, right for the wrong reasons, huh? I'm very sad if that's the case. I've got a nasty feeling. That or the blood. Now this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. Wait, no! I want it to be right. What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Sith, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Oh no, see, I was thinking the distance between the cage and where she had to plunge it and that, the screwdriver, and what was the last one again? Lack of blood, yeah. I like this BGM too. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. Wait, what? The lack of screwdriver? Because if you kill someone, why would you take it out, right? which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death. Huh? The court has already examined the photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it. That's what we say. You say every time. Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But we now know the facts to be different. Huh?
What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph, will we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness names? Wait. Give me a second. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged, is it the word toppled? And plunged the screwdriver into the chest. Is it not the chest? Is that... Do y'all not consider this the chest? Wait a minute. No, wait. This is after they switched it to the Crystal Tower, right? That's why these are here. Wait, is it not in the cage? Is this still in the cage? Is this considered in the cage? I'm so confused. It's covering him, right? Did she place it on a stage on purpose? Oh yeah, she did do that. No, but it's not. If you were gonna implicate someone, you might as well leave it in the chest, you know? It's like, why leave it in this area if you could just leave it in the chest to be more obvious that, you know, it's his screwdriver? Is what I would think, but... let me think. He has glasses. Wait, let me see people. He has a high collar. He has glasses and a hat. No, not the same. Huh. Is this not his chest? Is this his heart? Left side, yeah, that's a heart. There's blood. I still think it's a blood splatter. That is the only thing I can think of. Let me just click this for now. Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downwards direction towards the mess. If he wasn't lying down, if he was standing upright, then it would drip down. But if he's lying down, it wouldn't drip down his chest. Darn it, I would not have known that. I would not have known that. I clicked it because it looks so super suspicious, and I'm like, I had other theories, but grr, I didn't know that. I didn't understand that. I'm frustrated at myself. And why is that significant, counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Especially given the beefiness of his chest. I'm like, I don't know. Of course no. That's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Which means someone else stabbed him. Dr. Sith made it very clear. Oh, which she's protecting the Asman guy. Probably Drebber is the one that killed him with the stab first. And then she's like, oh yeah, no, it was because he fell. That's why he died. And then she's now protecting him by saying she's the one that did it. Because I don't think Asma would go into the machine otherwise, maybe. I don't know. Dr. Sith made it very clear in her testimony just now. And at the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after an incident. Was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. A lot of people don't consider bloodstain. I wouldn't either. I consider the bloodstain, but I didn't consider the way the bloodstain was, I guess. Darn it, I'm frustrated. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. You mean the one on the right? Or the one on the left? The left one should be straight down. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. Or to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Ugh. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downward from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. Okay. In short, Dr. Sith. Huh? You're lying? Your latest testimony. was a total fabrication. Wait. She's still after, right? From the shape of it, it's clear that the bird's cage would have fallen on its side after a 30-foot drop. Why would you know it's fallen from the side? Because of the broken part on the bottom? I thought it was just because, you know, it's somewhere near the base and then the bottom part was just weaker and it broke or something. When you stabbed him, he was standing up. I mean, it is true then that her story is made up then. Which makes sense that it's probably Drebber that actually killed him. Or someone before him killed him, put him in the cage, and then he got the broken neck. Ugh! Ugh! Look at the guy's skirt. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Darn it, I messed up. Dr. Sid. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. No, you secret lover. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant, and you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But she wasn't. She was a legit accomplice. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because a question of what the blood stain really tells us has only one possible answer. He was alive when he was killed with a screwdriver. If that is the case, what is a man? Wait, the man? And I feel like I'm not reading that correctly. I'm reading it Californian way. What is a man? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Tell me too. Which part of Dr. Sid's story is shown to be alive by the contradiction in her testimony? She was stabbed. How she was coerced? The stabbing? Well, I mean the autopsy. Oh wait. Wait, what was the autopsy again? Wait, wrong one. Death of cause of death. I think that is true though. I think that is true. She said it was alive, I think it's true. Wait, let me save because I have like 2 lives left. Again. This BJ makes me nervous. How she was coerced? I don't think she was coerced. I think she was... Oh, okay. Dr. Sith, clearly you weren't being coerced by some letter at all. Yeah, because there's no reason for you to lie at this point, if you were coerced. If you were, where is the note? It's nowhere to be seen. I would have burned the note though, to be fair. I'd be like, this is showing me evidence of my crimes. I need to burn this after. That's just maybe. So why don't you present it to the court if the assertion vexes you? Obviously, if I disposed of it, right? I'm not vexed in the slightest. Counsel, need to remind you that it was you yourself who established the coercion. Oh, we all thought it was. I'm afraid that little cry, is insufficient recompense for such a blunder. What? We all thought it was coercion, but she's not coerced. Wait. There's no question the coroner's testimony was built on a tremendous lie. Which part? Darn it. Let me reload. Darn it, I thought that was correct. You read what the lie was. Well, I mean... Oh, that's very true. It is a stabbing. Or no, the victim was stabbed. It just she wasn't the one that stabbed him. Is what I mean. Like the guy was stabbed. Anyway, the answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. You said it with your mouth. The phrasing confuses me. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards, as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would. Which tells us he was alive. But the victim must have been in that position of his own accord. Or accord.
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember?
No! That is a misapprehension. Oh! Much gasps. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force.
Oh, I didn't think he was alive. I thought he was dead, but I thought he was stabbed before he got into the cage. Like, somehow, through the smoke or something. I don't know. I guess that's impossible since Hairbrain was the only one on the stage at that time. That's true. Then it had to have been that he was alive after the fall. With a broken neck.
But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. He'd be like, "What's happening?" Just as Dr. Sith appeared.
Oh, in that case, it's murder. That's legit murder then.
If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time.
Yeah, she would have been just been coerced if she didn't say anything. But now she's legit murder.
If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything.
That's one weird way to... I thought you would like thrust it more than like bring it down. I guess he didn't know that.
Mr. Adi Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Hairbrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber, although...
Huh? Wait, it wasn't him? He built it. They have to be accomplices of some sort. Although in the end, she was the one that did the final blow.
It was you, Dr. Courtney Sith.
Yeah.
Order! 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 Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him?
Huh? Huh? Wait, they were accomplices, right? What?
You hoped that by admitting to being accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime.
Murder! Cold-blooded murder!
Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now, you're making all this up, as if I would do something like that. I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruto has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Huh! Logic. Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it.
What? What do you mean? I don't. They have to be accomplices. He's the one that built the machine. Unless... No, I don't know. I don't know anymore. I'm very confused. Who is the mastermind? Is he actually the mastermind then? She's too confident. He's too, like, sullen.
I thought I have it more obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason could I have to kill Mr. Asman?
Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder, but there is no known connection to Dr. Sith there. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive.
But there's still something in the back of my mind. The fact that they're related through the grave robbing and the professor?
I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this.
Because of the professor?
Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Huh? She said it, no reason. She had the reason. Nothing to say.
No. When you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind.
The professor?
What?
What was it, counsel? Enlighten the court at once.
Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Huh? Wait. Yesterday, something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. Wait. My memories is like 1 week ago. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Sith would have wanted to kill Mr. Osman. Huh? I like how you give me 3 options and it's not like pick from the court record. Wait, say it first. Yep, okay. Okay, wait. Wait. We saw it yesterday. Look at last week. Something seems strange. We had no reason. The scalpels they mentioned. Oh wait, they did mention. They bought enormous amount of scalpels. Or like they put an order for an enormous amount of scalpels, but they don't need that much, which means embezzlement. Embezzlement. Which I don't know how it's related, but maybe he has dirt on her. It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. Did you see scalpels? Ugh, I don't know. I'd be like, what about scalpels? What? It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You, come on, out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's record of the forensic investigation team spending, I think. Embezzlement. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. When you could sharpen them, I guess. Embezzle me timbers, Mr. Krabs. Mr. Krabs! 500 scalpels a month? At first, I wonder what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. Maybe it's for like dissection of corpses or something. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant, huh? It's the money, right? It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Osman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. Dun dun dun, embezzlement. 10 years ago, when Mr. Osman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information related to Dr. Sith's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Oh, different type of embezzlement. So it was a different guy that was blackmailing her. So he knows a professor, and then that is making her do embezzlements. Wow, that's one long crime. Now you have to add murder on top of that. Darkest secret. Good lord, you mean? I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. I assume Drebber wanted to kill anyway. Yeah, I think she coerced the scientists, actually. Wait, what the heck? Wait, Osman blackmailed Courtney Sith, who blackmailed Enoch Drebber? Is that what happened? To make this machine to kill Osman? What is this, like, 3-way? Like, triangle? So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Osman in the heart with all your might. Oh no, okay. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. Oh, that's my hypothesis. Which makes sense. You'll never understand. None of you. I have to protect a secret for the country. But we've had to keep covered up all these long years and then keep doing crimes to cover that up, man. One crime leads to another crime, leads to another crime, leads to another crime. Crimes everywhere. I'll try to be silent. I'll be quiet too. Oh, the sun's gone. Okay, thank God. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. You are being blackmailed, aren't you, Trevor? And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Sith will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. This only works if the guy's actually, like, feels guilt and is a good person on the inside, or of some sort of guilt. It won't work on someone who, like, is bad, unless he's going down anyway, and then he's gonna bring her down with him. Then sure. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. Is now appealing to his emotions now? I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fates had over you all these years. Tell the truth now! Everyone will believe you now! Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. Not sad music-ish. It's the adult-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. Oof, Professor Hairbrain. GG on your reputation. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They should have tested that machine on, like, you know, non-humans first, or like objects or something, but whatever. They go on and on about their wonderful hypothesis, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. Just like you were once ago. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Trevor. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. So, it is accomplice, kind of? They both wanted to kill the guy, I guess? And they're like, okay, let's just both do it? I guess that's also different. That also works. Courtney and this guy wanted to kill Asman, so it's like, oh, okay. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it? You want to kill Hairbrain. I mean, I guess he was just a scapegoat, actually. Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. Oh wait, there was a waxwork. So he was trying to bribe her, and she's like, oh, I wanted to kill the guy anyway. Whatever, I'll go along with your schemes. So it's someone he was trying to coerce, but then she's like, actually, yeah, I'll pretend it's coercion. I'll just go along with it because I really want to kill the guy anyway. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. Oh yeah, who was that guy? If your account of those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Sith, to be precise. Wait, I'll look at the really long comment later. Well, I'm trying to, like, think of this in my head. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye about the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy, being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge, and have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I've had to suffer. Like, what's the point of Cosmo being here? Legit. There's no point of him being here. Your actions against those who would ruin your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. It's understandable. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Well, I mean, it's one of those eye for an eye type of thing. If he's fine with it, then yeah, whatever. Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. Oh, that guy. Okay. Yeah, I thought that too. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. I mean, to the guy, he's like, yeah, he was an idiot. He has no talent for science. Whatever. Maybe if the guy had talent, then he'd be like, oh, I don't want to kill this. I don't want to frame this guy. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But you did the same. But remember this, your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Even though he might have been an idiotic scientist at this point in time. Darn it, it's one of those like, I did things for good, but like, for justice, because there was no justice, but in the end, I legit did the same thing. But yeah. Word of seeks. What of Dr. Sith? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. Wait, am I in there too? Professor thing I feel like it's gonna involve Kazuma, probably. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. That right in the heart. Road to hell paved with good intentions. Yeah, stuff like that. Ugh! It's one of those like bittersweet. Actually, that's not the right word, but still, type of thing. However, for now, Professor Harebrain. Oh, he's still here. Oh, yes. It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you're absolved of all guilt. Wait, what happened to the I pronounce you not guilty thing? This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Maybe he's not a good scientist. I don't know. Professor. I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. Yeah, no, like, you must need some talent, right? Or at least learn more. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. Wait, what did you do to other people? No, Professor. That's not true. His friend is going to, like, defend him. Well, don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing, and his alone. Well, I mean, he didn't do anything. Harebrain specifically didn't do anything. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Aw, friend. Or Vanzeek's. And the derision with which he referred to you earlier. Calling you fool, talentless even. Oh God. A man has no idea. You're a brilliant scientist. I believe in you, my friend. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride others for such choices. Oh, I mean, to be fair though, he should have... maybe he doesn't know. I mean, if you created your principal and like he was like, here's a blueprint for the machine, and then you're like, wait, doesn't this blueprint or this machine looks a lot different from my blueprint? Like, maybe he didn't inspect it properly. It could have possibly all worked out if he inspected it properly. So it's not his fault, but like, it may have been preventable to some extent. I don't know. Yeah. But maybe he just worked on theory mostly and like, yeah, theoretically it works. Go ahead with it. You know. Thank you, Baruch. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. He's like, yo, everyone, make him not guilty. I presume there are no objections. None from me, my lord. Certainly not. This Chalice really made me think, but this is the right decision. He's a con man. Oh no, he's just a magician. Never mind. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. What's that? It's done, you see? It's over? I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. His lesson from an entire experience? Private test runs. I know. At least test it on like you know, there's, you know, used animals at least before humans. At the very least, I feel like at this point in time in this history, but whatever. Like make a mini version, you know, like it's scale proportion of the experiment. Whatever. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant Muzai not guilty. Yay, everyone! Oh, we won! I mean, he's innocent. Random fireworks inside the courtroom sounds so dangerous, and I don't know how it can float so little, but okay, whatever. Also love how the jury of random citizens usually ends up with at least 2 or 3 people with personal ties or knowledge to the case. I know, it's like, what a coincidence. Court is adjourned. Oh, let me read the other thing. Enoch Drebber planned to kill Asma for ruining his life, so he blackmailed Sith to get her to help him. However, the plot didn't go to plan, and Asma didn't die. Yeah, okay, yeah. Courtney saw the chance to blame Drebber for everything and killed him herself. Yeah, I got that. Which explains her actions and why Drebber got upset when she folded. Yeah, she's like, I had a perfect opportunity to pin the crime either on Harebrained or to Drebber. Either way, she still wins because she just coerced and, you know, didn't murder the guy. It's over. That was some trial. Wait, what about Kazuma? Kazuma! He was sit there the whole time. Like, all he did was give the scroll to Red Zeke's and then he dodged the flying glass of wine. You were there for nothing. For no reason. Okay, it's okay. He was an intern, okay? His goal was to stand there and learn. Where Drebber shamed scientists, Zeke's is basically saying there's no shame in naively chasing your dreams, which I think is a good message. That's true. Although, that is fine and all, except when he does experiments that affect human lives, and then you better be super sure about what you're doing, and, you know, double checking stuff, and run test trials. But, whatever. This was back in the days, so let's assume it's back in the days, and like, hey, people can fly. Actually, no, wait, they didn't say that yet. Oh wait, no, that was later in history. Science, revolution, industrial revolution, dreams, and then they got too excited and then they forget, or they don't properly do the stuff. Let's just assume that. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is, it is! Congratulations, Professor Harebrained! Ah. You're very tricked into it. That's very true too. Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Sato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. I don't know, nowadays we need to think about many things, ethical stuff and everything. Ugh, right now, you know if I had that research grant money. Oh yeah, you're not getting that. Ugh, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... Oh, but no, do give me money. Do I not get paid for being a lawyer? I get paid, right? We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. No. We're students. We need money. How do you think we survive? Unless we have, like, government money. Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? How about this as a memento? Paper about my hypothesis inside, the one that may not be true? Oh, no, actually, no, wait. It may be true. He just didn't test it yet with an actual demonstration. Yeah, okay. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. We get allowance from Japan. Oh, okay. They keep saying they're really poor though, like some time ago. So I don't know. Maybe they're not getting paid enough. Maybe the difference between the currencies is not enough. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? I don't know, do you have self-credit as a scientist? Oh my, yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis that my great machine lies in ruins. Well, I mean, it wasn't your machine. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the Great Exhibition while I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. Who? Is it Van6? He'd be like, hey, you just came back from, was it Germany? Germany, you stay at my place. We need to talk and gossip all day at, you know, slumber party, sleepover party about what's, you know, been happening last couple of years. Yeah. Best friend. I have like a giant room, a guest room for you to sleep in. Lord Van6, what are you doing in here? Baroque! I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. He called him Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. Van6 is a Dutch name, fun fact. Oh, is it? Ah. Unless I'm saying this wrong the whole time, in which case, I apologize. I'm pronouncing everyone's name probably wrong anyway. You're one of the few true friends I have. See? Slumber party. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle that. The prosecution. Or the defense. He trusts me! Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? We're all friends now! Invite me to a slumber party. I always knew that you have my best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. See? Slumber party. How to see a picture of slumber party with the three of them. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you'd be like, leave London! London will be engulfed in fire! You must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. Oh, that's related. Oh, I was kind of correct. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. Hey, nice! Pays money for his friend. But no, hold on a minute, Baroque. I want to slumber party. What about the Great Exhibition? This is a chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. I bet Holmes would invite himself somehow. I know, right? Sometimes it's very hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Baroque. Lord Van6? You're not telling me to go? What's all this about? It's Kazuma! Kazuma's related! Necessary precaution. Wait, is it the thing where he dies? Oh, is it because he's a Reaper? He's like everyone I face against, they either get sentenced to prison or they die. And he's like, I don't want to see you die, my friend. Maybe his brother's ghost or someone's ghost is haunting all these people and making them all die. He's like, leave London! It's cursed because of me! Yes, I think I understand. Wait, knock Jabber's name of the first Sherlock Holmes victim. Ha! Wait, that sounds like he's gonna die then. Wait, that sounds like he's gonna die soon. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van6 at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Ah, he's worried that they're gonna die, see? Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well! Because he's not in London. Even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with Reaper as a prosecutor. Ah, he's superstitious! You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? I don't think the Reaper is a thing. Those in the Reaper's sight meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been a pattern up to now. But then he took this trial just like, oh, you know, I don't want some other prosecution to handle this, but I will. But if he dies, well, oh well. I mean, I hope he doesn't die, but he might die. But okay. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. Yeah, Gina's still there. Gina's not dead. True, and perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. Who determines that? But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Oh, that's why he didn't care about Gina. Okay, got it. Barack! Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. What if it extends to Europe? What if he goes? What if it goes through the continent in Europe? Maybe it's not far enough. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Hey, it's like shipping him. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zieks? He'd be like, I knew he was gonna be innocent. That's why I already bought tickets already. In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. What? There's nothing to understand. He's a tsundere. Time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. What about Kazuma? Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. What about Kazuma? Best wishes. Best wishes, Professor Harebrain. Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Kazuma! Isn't he by his side anyway? Like, the whole time? Next to him? Now, my Nipponese friend. Yeah, tell me now, Kazuma. Oh, yes. I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. We do! Can you spare me some time? Yes. You want to talk with me? About Kazuma! I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Oh, the bijou. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. Really? Are you sure this BGM really does sound like impending doom? Oh wait, that was sarcastic, wasn't it? The Enigma. Barack Van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. Wow, it's been 5.5 hours. But I want to it's almost done! 24th October, 4:58 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Is the waxwork gonna burst into flames just like before? He's there, Kazuma! So are you satisfied you saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice? Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least, but the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Yes? Is it related to Kazuma? Or like Kazuma's father or whoever the heck? Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. That's what I thought too. But now I think differently. Also, I'm pretty sure the guy next to you is also Japanese. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell us what happened? Or tell me what happened, please? Wait, is Susato disappear? The professor was Japanese! Maybe? I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. Oh, she's here. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. Please tell why you're racist. At this point, that's time probably. Wasn't it England was like, we're the best of all people. Of all races, anyway. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. The professor? He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh! If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I think we all knew that, though, now. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. How old is he? Like 30 something? One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. Wait, I'm a student, right? I'm like 20, like 16, 17, 18, 19, 20-ish. He's like good 16 years older than us. Yeah, he's like good 16 years older than us then. Probably. So, you've actually met my father. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Vansix. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. Do we have to discuss this in the courtroom? Just random, but he says 23. Really? And so 16. Oh, it's like 10 years and 16 years, huh? When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery, because he was one of the defense or prosecutors, I assume. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Oh, it's where they're animating all his motions in the courtroom? Nah, they can probably just change the background, probably. Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think? Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial because he was Japanese. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war. Maybe it's Kazuma's father or something. Because Kazuma's also young, right? What? A war between Britain and Japan? What that would mean? Oh my! You mean to say that Professor was one of the 3 people who were there? Oh, Kazuma! Okay, let's all listen. Oh. He has the key? So deep. Such a villain voice. It's his father! Is it his father? His own father? Whose father is it? Is that Dio? It is. Actually, I don't know. Wait, who is he? I mean, we already deduced that already. He looks familiar. It's Kazuma's fault, maybe. It's Hanazo Kana. Oh, I remember everything. Oh, my amnesia. Ah, it's Nakamura Yuchi. His turn to spill that wine. I remember everything. Wah! And it's so dramatic. Wait, he looks like a duelist. I'm sorry. He looks like a duelist. Ah, see, I knew it. It had to be one of their fathers. I just realized, am I allowed to screen this? Well, if not, I'll make it private. Ah, we all knew that. We all knew that. Asogi! He calls his best friend by last name.
僕の親友麻生木一馬。1年の時を経て今すべての記憶を取り戻して。
I don't see why not. I don't know. Sometimes, you know, games, they don't want you to like show cutscenes and stuff. I think certain games do. This technically cutscene. But anyway. His memories have returned! Kazuma, you're finally back! I knew it!
目の前に立っていた。
I'll check again. He'd be like, oh, Ryunosuke.
なるほど。
Oh, of course they call him by the last names. You're alive, my friend! You're alive! I mean, we all knew that, like, ages ago, but... Tomo! I'm sorry, I... Oh, she legit calls him Kazuma-sama.
御言葉法務助手。
Did he need to say the whole title? I thought she was like a sister or something. Why is he wearing the mask too?
長い間ご苦労だった。礼を言う。
Oh yeah, yeah, Kazuma, but yeah, okay, yeah, Nakamura Yuchi voices him, I think.
私の代わりに友をここに導いてくれた。
Wait, but now why is Sherlock Holmes involved now? Is the next question. Looks like he had amnesia
や
for
っぱ
sure.
り生きていたんだな。麻生木。
Asogi!
貴様にも礼を言わねばならない。何しろそいつを守ってくれたのだからな。
My sword!
Oh.
I have a rapier slash saber thing now though. I as in Kazuma.
麻生木の家に代々伝わる名刀カルマ。日本を出発するとき、あいつが身に帯びていた。日本人の魂であり、いつもそばに置いておきたいと。そして、あの事件が起こって、僕は須里さんからこの刀を託されたんだ。お前が残した思いとともに。
You'd think there'd be a law against you holding just a sword by your side in public, but okay.
こいつがあるといつもお前が見守ってくれている気がしていた。
Was his hair always like that? Oh, he always had a bandana outside. Nice wearing like Western clothing. Then again, their blades are, I guess, were Western already. From student days, I mean. My father!
やっとたどり着きました。父上。
父上、まさかお
Wait.
前知っていたのか。
Didn't we establish already that he already said father?
その面影だけどとても信じられない。殺人鬼の正体が麻生木一馬の父だったなんて。
Oof. That's, not awkward, but it's, unfortunate. Are you gonna fight with the wax model? Actually, no, wait. Destruction of public property. Please don't do that. Huh! Public property! I mean, yes, it's probably like, oh, resolve. Yeah, it's my father, but, you know, he was evil. But, like, public property! It's not yours to do. You know, public, private property, to be more accurate. It belongs to someone else. Oh, wait.
なるほど。
Oh, it's still talking. Wait. Yunosuke actually mentions that he gets stopped by police often because of his sword, but he shows him his band and they leave him alone. Wow, that is very
貴
loose
様と積も
enforcement.
る話はあるが、今はその時ではない。
Man, his voice is so good.
また会おう。
Why? We can find this together. Although, obviously, his dad thing is obviously more important because you find out your dad's a serial killer, but like, yeah, okay. Fair
麻
enough.
生木一馬は
More important than me.
僕たちを残して法廷から出て行った。
Oh, darn it. Now I have to keep keep going. So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Wow, that must be awkward, too, possibly. This guy took my brother's life's son and my apprentice, but okay. I guess he didn't know, or he did know? I don't know. You'd think he'd be like, yeah, you look kind of familiar. Maybe not. Yes, Asogi Kazuma. Or Kazuma Asogi, if they're speaking in English. My best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. Maybe if I'm looking at their face? But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Dun dun dun. Why didn't he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeke's apprentice, and when he was suffering amnesia too? The man was apprehended, even executed, but his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. We're finally done. Oh, 5 hours and 40 minutes, basically. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. That means he knew about... Wait, who are... They said 3 people, right? One is her father. One is Kazuma's father. Is it my father? I don't think I'm related, right? Poor Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. Well, I'm like her brother figure's friend, I feel like. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I started to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London. Ah, this is Professor? And that the friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father. So he was studying to become a defense lawyer. Wait, what? Wait. Told me the boy had made a promise to his late father. The serial killer? Okay. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. Because a woman can't be in court. As lawyers, I guess. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma. Asogi Kazuma. I assume he's speaking Japanese here at this point. It's only them two. So you see, that's how he and I met.
親友は
Ah,
つかの間
random
僕たち
voice.
の前に姿を現して再び消えた。そしてそ
Where'd
の
he
瞬間
go?
止まっていた時は動き出す。巨大な運命の車輪が回り始める。きしむような音を聞いた気がした。それは確かに何かが始まり、何かが終わるきっかけだった。
Oh! You can't see it now, but on the bottom, on here it says end. I'm covering it. Wait, it's not to be continued. It's end. What? Oh, wait. Is there another one? This is episode 3. I've been... Oh, there's the next one. Episode 4, Twisted Karma and his last... This is the last one, I think. I lied. There's 2 more. There's 2 more. Anyway. Clap, clap, clap. Clap. Return to the screen. I finished! Partly. Is there any special contents? Can I change Kazuma's outfit? Darn it. He looks so plain now. She still looks cute. Why can't I change Kazuma's outfit? I want to change it. Huh. What's this one? We're having dug around to find every argument about shovels and spades, huh? Oh, that's so random. Yay! That looks slightly... Actually, wait. Let me change this to a free talk thing screen because I might as well. Okay, wait. Stop this. Do this. Okay. Play. Yeah, dialogue slightly changes depending on whether they're speaking Japanese to each other or in English to others. I would think so, because they probably speak, you know, first name, last name in English, and last name, first name in Japanese. But like Susato-san, sometimes it says that Susato-san, or like Miss Susato, depending on their language. But now there's 2 chapters left, and I'll probably one day continue that and then I'd be like, what the heck happened last time? Again. But maybe in a month or so. I'm glad I randomly stumbled into the stream. I know, there's like randomly more people than usual. I'm like, oh. That was fun! Ah. That was, what? That was 5 hours and 40 minutes. Basically. A lot more than I expected, but I'm done with this. Clap, 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 clap. Ah. I like playing Ace Attorney, but the fact is no one speaks and I have to voice for everyone because it's not interesting otherwise. Means I need a lot of energy. Anyway, I want to finish this game eventually. I know, actually, yeah. Wait, let me check. Next week, there's a pizza event thingy, so I want to do that. And then after that, I'll continue this, because I do want to finish this while I still remember stuff vaguely in my head. So, I'll continue this within the next... maybe on the 25th. I'll schedule it for the 25th for now. I want to finish this. I put it on my random Twitch calendar, even though I don't use Twitch that much, but yeah, whatever. My streaming Twitch calendar. Ace Attorney. Wait, wait, what? I duplicate this event. I put it on the 25th. I click save. Okay, there it is. Yeah, I'll continue this in like 3 weeks? 3 weeks later. I'm excited to see Kazuma finally! I'm like, I knew he was alive! Actually, no, I didn't. But close enough. I like this case. I thought it was really long though. It is super long. Next week, 25th. Or 25th? I don't know. Right now for me it's the 4th, so depending on what time zone you're in, it might change. It's either 24th or 25th. Like the investigation with Gina and all the cool places to investigate. I know. I like Gina. Gina's super cute. I want more of her. But when I voice her, actually no, it's okay. Iris's voice, or my voice for Iris, like, kills my voice. And when there's too many guy voices, I can only do so many variations of guy voices before I'm like, what was your voice again? Gregson and Holmes banter. Those are good too. I don't know. I'm still thinking about the darn it, I realized my theory of Drebber and Courtney being lovers was untrue, and I'm very sad about that now. It was more interesting if they were. But oh well. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, pizza next week. Couple weeks from now, I'll play this again. So if anyone randomly is interested, just want to check it out sometime, subscribe to the YouTube. Basically, if you're interested, just want to hang out, whatever. But yeah, I'll post everything basically, whether I do it or not, on Twitter. Is my main thing. But yeah, otherwise gonna chill for next 2 weeks with pizza making and Valentine's Day pizza making. What is Valentine's Day pizza making? Whatever, that's what it is. Friends also had lover angles, except they thought she loved the professor. Oh, there was that angle now that you mention it. Who knows? Maybe she did. Or well, at this point in time at least. At this point in time, I don't know. Maybe. But that was a tough... Yeah, darn it, I'm still frustrated that some of this... I got the items correct, but the reasoning was wrong. And I couldn't find the reason. You know, it's like that... Those riddles where you, like, accidentally get it right. Like, by working backwards, but you never figured out why that was correct or whatever. I'm very sad. Yeah. Anyway, I think that's all for today. Actually, I realized I didn't eat my Mr. Donuts from like yesterday that I got, and I need to eat it, and I'm hungry, and it's already 4 p.m. so it's like dinner time, lunch dinner. I didn't think it's gonna take that long, but I wanted to finish it this week anyway, so whatever. I'll make soup and eat bread and eat donuts. Wow, it sounds pretty unhealthy except for the soup part. Anyway, everyone, thanks for joining. Also, I liked the comments. It was fun theorizing stuff too. Although I feel like a lot of you guys already know some of the stuff anyway, and you're like, huh, let's see this person suffer, which is valid because I do that too to people. Anyway, time for me to eat. Anyway, if you're interested, subscribe on Twitter or YouTube. Also on Twitch randomly, but Twitch is like pretty rare. Yeah. Anyway, thanks for joining. Come by if you're ever bored. See y'all later. Bye bye.